Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie.
Here.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
And Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to public participation during our working session meetings. Members of the audience in person or online will have 1 minute to address the board. Just a reminder, you get 3 minutes at our regular board meeting that starts at 7 o'clock. You get 1 minute here. So if anyone would like to address the board, please come up.
Hi, I'm reading this. It was written by Jenny Vandermeulen, who's down here. She lives in the city of Ypsilanti. She says, I had to go on Social Security and disability several years ago. At the senior center, I learned how to crochet hats and started making 500 hats for the homeless each year. Last summer, I spent 11 days in the hospital or nursing home where all but 11 days. I'm sorry. It was all summer, all but 11 days. And the care was not good at all. She's now wheelchair bound and is still doing multiple physical and speech therapies. The senior center is a place that I can come and fit in even with my disabilities. Everyone is very accepting. Socializing is so important. After COVID, seniors realize how important socializing is for their health. If the senior center was not here, I would be stuck at home and isolated and probably very depressed. With the center, I think my life has been extended and productive.
Thank you. And could you just restate the name and city or township?
Yeah, it's Jenny Vandermeulen and Ypsi City.
Thank you. Next up, please, and please state your name and city or township.
Hi, my name is Courtney Vanderlaan. I'm a resident of Ypsi Township and work for a local nonprofit that serves clients who live in 7 of your 9 districts. We have a collective responsibility as a community to protect the health and quality of life of our older adult neighbors, many of whom have built Washtenaw County to be the place that we know and call home today. Organizations serving older adults are finding them in situations that are more severe and dire than we have ever seen, with people having to wait 9 months for a caregiver that they're eligible for right now due to caregiver shortages, calling 911 to transfer them from their apartment to their vehicle twice a day to go to dialysis due to the lack of safer options, and relying solely on the brief safety check provided by Meals on Wheels in place of a more appropriate in-home support due to high costs and lack of availability. More people than you know are in unsafe and unsustainable situations in our community, not because they are uncared for, but because there are not enough resources to support them. Our older adult neighbors are counting on us to look out for them. We have a responsibility to do more and need your support in order to do this.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right, please come up.
Thank you for coming together to discuss the millage ballot question. My name is Barbara Neesmay, and I'm excited to be the new president and CEO of Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. And I'm excited to work with many of you again. What I wish to share today is, of course, to find a way through supporting a millage for seniors. In my short time, I've come face to face with residents who rely on all of us. I want to share a story about Betty, who lives in Ypsilanti Township. And some of you may know that we not only serve Ypsilanti, but Ypsilanti Township and Superior Township. As the schedule landed for me to be doing route deliveries, I was part of delivering food to her 3 days in a row. She eked out a small smile the third day I was there when I was able to reach for her an envelope containing her lot rent bill fastened to her door jamb far out of her reach. I noticed so many things about her living situations. Wearing flip-flops because of a foot condition, which led to high heat in her home. I won't go into further detail about her living conditions, except to say we don't always know why people need our help. Their histories are varied, but we do know that they need our help and support today.
Sorry. I'm sorry. It's been a
Okay, thank
minute.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online, Ashley? Okay, thank you so much. And again, just a reminder, you'll get 3 minutes at our regular meeting, so I apologize that you only get 1 minute during this meeting. Next up, do we have a report from the county administrator?
No report this evening.
Thank you. Do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair.
Thank you so much. All right, next, we're going to move on to our discussion on a senior millage. And so I'll just quickly, so everybody knows the plan. We have folks from Ageways, the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, and Say Yes to Seniors. They will have 5 minutes from each group to address us. And we're not going to ask questions. They're just going to help us set the tone for our conversation here. And then we have a document that Commissioner Maciejewski prepared for us to start the conversation. And we also have a document that was prepared by administration as well regarding just the process for creating a millage. First up, I believe online, we will have Stephanie Hall from Ageways.
Yes, no problem. I tried to join with video, but it's not letting me. So unfortunately, just audio today. Thank you for having me here today. Like Annie said, my name is Stephanie and I am with Ageways, formerly Area Agency on Aging 1B. And we are a nonprofit that supports older adults, people with disabilities, and family caregivers in a 6-county region in Southeast Michigan. And we're responsible for coordinating a local service delivery system for more than 100,000 older adults and caregivers each year. So Ageways, along with all other AAs or all other AAAs, were established by the Federal Older Americans Act with the goal of supporting older adults to live at home and in the community. And we do provide some of those resources internally, but most of the programs that we have are administered through contracted partnerships with community organizations. And while the population of older adults has continuously increased, Older Americans Act funding has remained largely stagnant. And we are also charged with advocating for those we serve by conducting needs assessments, identifying gaps in services, and also trends in our region. The most recent needs assessment that we completed in 2019 was with 286 Washtenaw County residents. And some brief findings from that survey were that 15% felt that household maintenance or repairs posed a serious challenge. 20% felt home care assistance was the biggest unmet need, followed by 17% saying affordable housing and 13% saying door-to-door transportation. So currently in Washtenaw County, through our programs, we have about 119 individuals on the wait list for the Community Living Program, which is a program for non-Medicaid older adults to receive more intensive in-home services. And we have about 40 individuals on the wait list for other contracted services, which are those services provided through the Older Americans Act. So in our region and through our agency, we are only able to really provide funding for those specific uses and programs that are outlined in the Older Americans Act, which often leaves some gaps in funding for programs and services outside of those outlined in the Act and outside of the ability that we're able to fund. So in our 6 counties, we actually do have 2 of the 6 that do have a senior millage. And in these counties, we see an increased number of individuals who are receiving services, shorter or no wait lists, and also supportive programs that are offered in response to the needs that they're seeing in their community. Washtenaw County has a strong network of providers who have expertise in identifying and addressing their community's needs, and they have indicated to us for quite some time an increased need for support beyond what they're able to receive through the Older Americans Act. As for senior millages in those 2 counties that I mentioned, they use that millage funding for a variety of different things. They address wait lists for current programs or expand programs that are already offered. They properly serve the underserved. So for example, someone who may be receiving 1 meal a day when in reality they should be receiving more, they can address that gap. It's also used as match money for innovative programs in their community and enables the community to leverage private grant opportunities as well. The funds also largely support senior centers, which is one of the limitations of the Older Americans Act, in that we help fund programs but cannot fund institutions. It's also used for things like program support, so case management, providing counseling services, expanding nutrition offerings to programs outside of congregate and home delivered, supporting family caregivers, and also really addressing housing insecurity. I wanted to also lastly just touch on a comparison between programs and services offered in Washtenaw County and then some that are offered in Kent County, a county that has a senior millage and is largely, comparable to the demographics we see in Washtenaw County. So being that Washtenaw County does not have a senior millage, we only provide some, basic programs and services that are outlined in the Act. And it really means that the scope of those services are limited due to those federal and state standards. So when comparing us to Kent County, they're also able to provide through the Older Americans Act the same programs and services that we do, but really expand on those. Like I said, with addressing wait lists and serving more individuals. But they're also able to provide some innovative and some new programs that we just do not have in Washtenaw County or are not able to provide. Things like adaptive and mobility equipment, providing more caregiver support and like respite care, dental and vision, things like counseling and other wellness programs, money management courses, and then just providing more transportation opportunities. So to wrap up, there have been millages throughout the state that have been around longer than others, with a lot passing in the 90s, such as Kent County. But there's been several that have passed in more recent years, with Ingham County passing one in 2020 and Kalamazoo County passing one in 2023. So this is all to say that this discussion and the need for a senior millage is occurring in many other counties throughout the state who do not currently have one, and this discussion in Washtenaw County is very timely. So overall, Ageways is in great support of a senior millage in Washtenaw County, and we have seen the benefits in those counties in our region that do have a senior millage and how they're able to address those unmet needs and gaps in services for older adults and caregivers. And we agree with the growing population, additional, more stable funding is crucial to meet the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next up, we'll have Chris Lemon from the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation. And I asked Ageways to provide more of like an overview of need based on their work in other counties who may or may not have millages. And I asked Chris to talk about the gaps because he's been doing a lot of work over the last year to do a mapping for the county. So thank you. Take it away, Chris.
Absolutely. And thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Christopher Lemon, and I serve as Vice President of Community Investment for the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, located right across the street. I am also a resident of Washtenaw County. I live over in Dexter. While the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation has been funding in the aging space since 2003, it wasn't until 2017 when we were really able to make a more committed presence to both financially and with staffing to support the older adult sector of our community. While our work since then has shown that we have incredible assets in our community to support older adults and caregivers, we also know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Through our grant-making processes, countless conversations in meetings, we have been able to gain some pretty grounded insights into not only the lives of older adults, but into the realities of what the nonprofits are doing on a daily basis. A number of things have come up repeatedly as we have traveled through this work, most of which I hope to present to you in the coming months through our aging strategy work that we have been working on for the past year. But I wanted to touch on a couple of things that have come up through our work since 2017 that will hopefully help your awareness tonight. First is that the nonprofit sector really is fully committed to addressing any and all needs that older adults face in our community. As they are the ones that have direct contact daily, face-to-face with those that they are serving. What this means is that they have, I think, an unfiltered view of the challenges that they face. But the problem is that when you face those things head on, you're oftentimes faced with some pretty difficult choices because most of who they are serving are from marginalized communities who oftentimes, not all, but oftentimes have an inability to pay for services that are available. So the choice left for those nonprofits is really, do we increase our menu of services to support older adults, which ultimately will mean taking a budget hit, or do they have to look at them and say, I'm sorry, we can't actually help you with that particular service? It's an incredibly difficult choice that they have to make, which is why I'm glad that we're having this conversation, because I think what we're interested in is solution building to find out how do we support the older adults and all of us that are working collectively to meet their needs. The other thing that I want to bring up has to do with coordination of services. We do have some coordination of services in our community when it comes to serving older adults, but there's a lot of room to build out on that. And the problem that we have found through conversations, not only with nonprofits, but also with many of you in room and with the residents in our community, is that when we don't have comprehensive coordination of services, is that leads to gaps in services that are available, and it also leads to gaps where those services are available. So there's not really an equity lens being presented to the full county about who can get this kind of supportive services that they need. Another thing, obviously, why we're here tonight has to do with long-term sustainable funding. The need for long-term sustainable funding is without a doubt, I would say, one of our biggest challenges. As a funder who puts over $1.2 million into Washtenaw County every year, I know that we cannot move the needle on any one issue by ourselves. It takes a collaborative effort. Grant writing and donor support, while very helpful, is not always consistent. It is a highly competitive area trying to get those funds. And what that does is it puts a lot of instability on those particular services. And I know that it's something that I've heard both from the commissioners and from nonprofit leaders, is that nobody wants to start a program, create great impact, and then have it go away the next day. And that's where we see literally that long-term sustainable funding as being a huge asset. Another is that the needs of older adults cannot be cured with a single stroke of a wand. Because of limited funding and other capacity issues, we often work on solutions that are broad and meet what I would call the middle majority. While often effective from a numbers perspective, this usually means that solutions do not have an equity lens. Solutions, in my opinion, need to be grounded in equity if we really want to do the right thing and to have true impact across our community. This means embracing culturally specific needs that come from the wonderfully diverse community that is Washtenaw County. Now, in my limited time left, there are a number of areas that I could lift up. Some of those have to do with data collection and community reporting, but I want to end with this. It is our sincere belief that the focus for us collectively cannot just be on the safety net alone, is that we also need to focus on enrichment opportunities, because those are just as important from the needs of older adults, and we have heard that repeatedly in our conversations with them. Such activities to help keep older adults physically fit, cognitively strong, and happy are so desired by our community members. And we know that opportunities to be happy are a wonderful way to combat the mental health issues that we know run rampant across all aspects of Washtenaw County. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be going to a sold-out chamber concert being put on by the Ann Arbor Symphony Orchestra over in Ypsilanti. In a few weeks, I will be going to what will hopefully be a sold-out performance by Limelight. Many of you know Decky Alexander. Her crew is putting on a theatrical representation about solo aging. These are just a few things that every time we fund and we launch are almost always sold out. There is an appetite, and we know that there is a positive impact. So I want to extend my appreciation to all of you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. Please understand that I do not stand before you just as a funder, but also as a thought partner, an advocate, and a champion for the work that has happened and for the work that we know is going to be happening moving forward. The process of supporting our community is typically a long one that requires a lot of caffeine, a lot of rolling up of the sleeves, and some difficult conversations, but just know that we are here to do that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And next up, we have Say Yes to Seniors, and I think we have got Gary. Awesome. Step right up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to echo a lot of what Chris has said. My name is Gary Muntz. I'm from the western part of Washtenaw County, Chelsea, Michigan. Chelsea, Michigan is the proud home of the Chelsea Senior Center that has 1,200 members. We serve over 1,500 people in the western part of the county. Like Chris, I'm really glad to have the opportunity to be here tonight, because this issue we're faced with around seniors, you've heard a lot about the problems, the issues we have, where other counties are, where their funding is from. The only way this will get solved is by doing exactly this. That's to have the parties who know about what's going on sit down and have a discussion about what the best way forward is. I sort of wanted to give you an insight into what a day in the life looks like in one of the services that we provide at the Chelsea Senior Center. Because I'm hoping that will give you some sort of like what it's like to be out there day after day and to see what goes on. With the assistance of our good friend from the Ann Arbor Community Foundation, Chris Lemon, the Chelsea Senior Center embarked on a program called Ease the Day. Ease the Day. That is a program, a respite care program. If anyone in this room, and I'm certain that each of you probably knows someone or is directly involved in being a caregiver for someone, either a senior person, a youth, or whatever it is, someone who needs care. Those caregivers have an enormous burden. They are sandwiched between running their own lives, taking care of themselves, but also feeling responsible for the person that they're giving care to. It is a recipe that does not usually have a very good ending. At the Chelsea Senior Center a year ago, we started the 2-day-a-week program. We've now expanded to 3, where we can have people bring in the person they're giving care to, and they will stay there at the senior center for the day. We've had 3,000 hours of respite care in less than a year. We're the only one doing this kind of service in Washtenaw County, but I want to plug in a couple of words to this idea. I've described to you the need for respite care. That's one. We could talk about nutrition. We could talk about health. We could talk about transportation. Let's talk about the need for respite care. The next word I want to mention about respite care is collaboration. The work we're doing at the Chelsea Senior Center would not be possible without a collaborative effort, including my friend Chris here. We do in the center respite care, but our good friends at Jewish Family Services and Catholic Social Services, they do volunteer care in the home if they can find volunteers. Jewish Family Services manages a partnership with a private outfit that does paid for care in the home. So we have a need, we have a collaboration. Here's the other part of the equation. I said 3,000 hours that we've provided. That's through a grant from the Ann Arbor Community Foundation and the Ralph Wilson Foundation. That grant expires in 2025. Chelsea Senior Center gets about 40% of its funding from philanthropy, grants, and contributions. This is a recurring, ongoing problem with providing care. This lack of sustainable funding. We're always with our backs to the wall, looking where the next dollar comes from. What's going to happen to these 3,000 hours of respite care in 2025 when maybe we will find funding or maybe we won't? I'd like to go back to the word of collaboration for a moment, and I'd like to read you this. In 2017, Say Yes to Seniors Coalition, a voluntary group of senior center leaders, nonprofit aging service providers, older adult advocates, and interested individuals joined together to advocate for strengthening a network of community programs and resources that support our senior citizens. Based on the firsthand knowledge of aging service providers, extensive data provided by the Area Agency on Aging, which is now AgeWise, and the research conducted by the Ann Arbor Community Foundation, the group began advocating for a senior millage to meet the needs of the seniors and our underserved and older adults. So we've been at this for about 5 years. We started in 2017, or 8 years. We started in 2017 because there was already a problem. So here we are today. What's happening is the problem is not lessening, as you all know, the problem is increasing. So we come tonight to ask your assistance, your collaboration, and your help in trying to work together to find a meaningful solution for the problems that are faced by our seniors. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, so everybody should have a copy of the document that that Commissioner Maciejewski put a lot of effort into. And Commissioner Maciejewski, did you want to maybe start with a few comments that kind of summarizes this, or?
Sure.
Cool. All right, go
Thank you.
ahead. Yep.
First, I'd like to thank the 3 speakers we've had this evening. Thank you for your continued work on this issue. What you've had distributed to you this evening is, I kind of title it a framework. It's an outline about what I might envision could be achieved with a senior millage, a half-mil senior millage here in Washtenaw County. I think the elements of this, which I'll roughly go through, I think reflect a lot of what the Say Yes to Seniors group has been talking about for the last 8 years. It reflects a lot of the need that has been identified through their work, the work that Chris Lemon and the folks at Ann Arbor Community Foundation have sponsored, the work that Ageways has done as well. I really think we can have some significant impact with the older adult population here in Washtenaw County. We're one of 9 counties in the state that does not have a senior millage. And to demographically kind of set this on path for us tonight, a couple of just straightforward facts. There are more older adults than there are K through 12 students. There are more older adults than there are people under the age of 18. And these numbers are growing. 10,000 people every day turn 65 and qualify for Medicare in this country, every day. The demographics keep growing and growing. So I've put together this outline with some ideas, and this is not exhaustive. This is simply, I think, reflective of the things that I have heard, reflective of some of the things that I've worked on professionally, things that I think are incredibly doable and impactful. And so I will, Chair, quickly go through them, but really look forward to an engaging conversation on this topic during working session this evening. I think that here in Washtenaw County, we would be greatly served by creating an Office of Aging Resources within county government, with a Director of Aging Resources in place to be that liaison to these groups in our community that are so dedicated to the work and to really be the face of our county government in that collaborative effort. I think there is a need for program specialists within that group as well to do education and outreach. And I think there are a couple of initiatives that we can achieve that have been demonstrated successfully across this country that we could have in Washtenaw County. The first one being an Aging Caregiver and Disability Resource Center, or a hub within our own county government. Ageways, which you heard from Stephanie Hall at the beginning tonight, is our area agency on aging, or AAA as the acronym is used. And they do receive Older Americans Act funding, as Stephanie alluded to. That funding is woefully inadequate. It does not keep up with the demographics. It does not keep up with inflation. The budget that was just passed by the federal government recently has no increases for these programs. And while it barely increased some categories of nutrition funding, it cut other ones. So this idea of an Aging Caregiver Disability Resource Center, for me, is a place where we can provide that outreach to our community and our older adults and our caregivers, where people can have that one-stop phone call and they can get linked to a variety of resources that are available, whether they are provided by the county directly or provided by other agencies that serve Washtenaw County residents. I envision this being live answer, web-based portal so people can access information 24/7 to support caregivers in a real engaged way. Gary alluded to the role of caregivers. I myself am my wife and I are caregivers for not only her 2 parents, but my mother as well. Part of that sandwich generation that finds myself raising kids, professionally working, and caring for our parents. And the caregiver stress is something that's receiving a lot of attention in the older adult and gerontology world right now. And I think having a resource to support those caregivers would be critically impactful. Housing options counseling, eviction and foreclosure counseling and prevention, education on housing options, what it means to be in an assisted living or an independent living or a care continuum when it comes to housing, and having that counseling available through this Aging Caregiver Disability Resource Center, collecting data on the need that's there and furthering our understanding. And this, in my mind, would work in partnership with Ageways as our area agency on aging, providing additional resources, additional information, and building upon the work that they do as well. The second initiative I think that would be incredibly impactful for our county government to engage in would be a minor home repair program. One of the goals that many of us in the aging world have is to enable people to live in their own community, in their own home of their own choice. And minor home repair programs are a key part of enabling that. Things that could be as simple as gutter or siding repair, door repairs, step repairs, minor plumbing, are all basic things that a lot of older adults struggle to do to remain viably living in their own home. I think those are just a few examples of the types of things that could be done through a home repair program. I think Stephanie mentioned, one of the speakers mentioned these kinds of issues as being one of the top needs. And that's seen again across the country to help people age in place. Another component, I think, of what we can do in county government is, there's the second page. There are many other things that this could provide in terms of minor home repair. I think there's a significant opportunity to put programs and services into the communities to tap into the knowledge and resources that are available. I listed on this particular document a variety of things, including health and wellness education, furthering door-to-door transportation, basic legal aid services. Imagine if we could provide to every older adult in this county the ability to interact with somebody who can help them prepare a will, an advance directive for healthcare, does help them designate a patient advocate, work on guardianship issues, and help the grandparents raise their grandchildren and go through that legal process. So many older adults want to do these documents, want to have these things prepared, and they don't know where to look, or they can't afford to pay a lawyer to do it. But I think we can set up a service in this community where we can achieve that. I kind of built my thoughts here on Kent County, which was mentioned earlier, and some other counties that have millages, with the idea of having a committee, an RFP committee, that would review RFP submissions on a variety of programs and then make a recommendation to this body being the ultimate decision maker on appropriating funds. But to have that kind of focus expertise in vetting out proposals. And I kind of outlaid a process for that here. Again, these are kind of just thoughts, but again, focusing on the idea that we're trying to serve that 60 and over population, really a focus for that. So I just offer these thoughts as a way to begin a conversation about how that kind of appropriating process could work. I think it's really important for us to consider a foundational support for our senior centers. These are, in essence, community hubs. And we have a number of them throughout the county. And I think Gary did a nice job of outlining the begging, borrowing, I'm not going to say stealing because you don't do that, but taping things together. There you go. Get your bottles and cans returned to make these community hubs operate. I think through this millage, we can provide a foundational allowance to each accredited senior center in our service area of $200,000 to help them pay for a director and the staff that is needed to do the work, to provide them those professional development opportunities that advance their understanding and knowledge, and to even help with some of the programmatic expenses that go along with this. It would be game-changing to support these focal points within our community in that way. And obviously, we would need them to meet certain standards, to be accredited, to comply with our county requirements, to serve the regional community that they're in, and even expand their hours and the way that they work in the community. I think this is all doable and quite impactful. We haven't even talked about nutrition programs yet, which is the foundation of the Older Americans Act, commonly known as Meals on Wheels. We can layer on to the Older Americans Act funding that exists through Ageways. And just as a little bit of a background, the Older Americans Act is the foundational document that creates this system of support for older adults. The Older Americans Act defines that area agencies on aging are the entity that vets out and awards these contracts for nutrition services. And what I think we can do here, and what many of the other counties do with their millage dollars, is add on to that funding. Doing things like guaranteeing that you will not have a wait list for Meals on Wheels in your county. improving and expanding on food quality and options. I think I personally value the meals program, not just for the fact that it is a meal being provided, but it is an opportunity for someone to knock on the door and interact with that person, hopefully 5 days a week at least. Because sometimes that's the only person that older adult sees the entire day. And that check, the health and wellness check, I think is, for me, foundational to the work that we do for older adults. Food pantry support, emergency nutrition support, all things that we can do and enhance through a millage. And finally, one of the things, I didn't really touch too much on respite services, and you heard Gary talk about that in that innovative program that the Ann Arbor Community Foundation is helping fund in Chelsea. It is an incredible need. It is not an easy lift, but a doable lift. And I would suggest adding some more respite to the innovations idea here that I have. But I kind of close with the idea that you cannot predict everything that you're going to need. I think one of the gaps, more than a gap, it was a cavernous gap that we experienced in the aging world, was COVID. It brought so many issues to the fore that we were not dealing with, we had not thought about, and needed to deal with in a much more significant way. Anything from caregiving to how you deliver food to people, a whole new group of people that needed food, how do you deal with respite, how do you deal with caregivers? How do you deal with social isolation and the behavioral health impacts of something like a pandemic? So I think it's important in a millage discussion that we leave space for innovation, leave space for gap filling, and creative approaches. And I wrote about one of them here, a hospital to home transition program, which I personally have some experience with Medicare patients. The idea, just think about the idea that if we could partner with Michigan Medicine and Trinity or participating health plans, that every Medicare patient that gets admitted to a hospital stay here in Washtenaw County, as a Washtenaw County resident, would have help funded by this millage as they transition back to home. Somebody to work with that discharge planner on what kind of grab bar do they need? Do they need a walker? Do they need a cane? Do they need physical therapy? How do they set that up? Do they need to go to a subacute care facility? How do they work that out? And then when they get home, how do they avoid going back into the hospital? How do they set up those doctor's appointments? Make sure that gets done. How do they get to that doctor's appointment? And then following up with them telephonically to avoid those readmissions. An incredible cost saver for healthcare. It's been demonstrated to be that, but also a service for people to help, to assist their health and wellness. That's just one example of an innovative thing that I think is very doable. There are certainly a number of unforeseen events and emergency responses that we will encounter as we move forward. So I present this, Chair, as just a kind of a discussion starter. And I really look forward to the comments and appreciate all the work that has been done over the last 8 years by these advocates. And really, I kind of just stand here trying to translate their message for all of us tonight and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski. Thank you for all the work that you did. I appreciate it. We had a really good conversation a few weeks ago to plan for this meeting, and I'm really glad to see all the detail that you put into the document. Do we have any? All right, I see Commissioner Hodge would like to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Got a question for Commissioner Machewski, if I can. Yes, I can. Yes, thank you. Fantastic. I mean, this is really fleshed out, and thank you for presenting it to us. You mentioned that it would be, I think the thinking behind it would be a 0.5 millage. Just could you talk more about that versus 2.5? Because I know we looked at when administration presented, they presented that table that had all the different numbers and the different size senior millages across the state. So could you just talk a bit more about why 0.5?
I think when we looked at the need, or when I've looked at the need and listened to the advocates who have talked about that need, I think to have real impact and to really move the needle on a lot of the issues that have been identified, I think in order to have these kinds of interventions, these kinds of innovations, that 0.5 is the amount I think that is appropriate to do some of this kind of work. It would certainly be game changing. I think it would set us up in Washtenaw County to be a model, not only for the rest of the state, but across the country. I will say that the lowest senior millage, I believe, that exists in this state is 0.25. That's the bottom. There are some places that have a mill, a full mill. So this is by no means over the top or extraordinary, but I think would provide funding at a level where we could have a significant impact.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Anybody on this side of the room want to comment on anything so far? No? Anyone on this side? Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you also, Chair, for your work in this sector. Commissioner Masiewski, thank you for the presentation. And I think also just, Jason, the sort of the life you live in this world, you're able to speak to it with skill, but also, demonstrated passion. So I appreciate that. This looks great. I'm more interested at this point, though, in sort of following up on that question around the size of the millage. I think if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is a half mil would be aspirational in terms of its outcomes because of the scope and the amount of things that it would allow us to do. I think that makes sense, but to put that in perspective, I think if we collected a half mil, we're looking at roughly $10 million in. Is that roughly the case? That would be one of the largest areas of county government in terms of collection and expenditure. So with the reality, we'd need voter approval, that we have competing interests and limited space on the ballot and willingness of residents to approve anything. How scalable is this, do you think, Jason? And is this something where we can cobble together to get to that aspirational amount via millage and other methods, or is it more all or nothing? And there's not a right or wrong answer there, but I'm trying to be as practical as I can.
Yes, feel free. If anybody asks you a question, just feel free to answer.
Thank you. I will say, let's talk about scalability. I think the initiatives that I have talked about are in many cases building upon resources that exist right now that aren't at a level where they can meet the need or the demand. And we can build on those. We have Meals on Wheels programs or home delivered meals programs that operate in this county already. They do a good job, and we could build upon that. We have a network that delivers a lot of health and wellness services in a very limited way. We can build on that. I think when it comes to establishing things like an office on aging services, obviously that is a new initiative here within county government. Building a aging caregiver disability resource hub is a new initiative. Standing those things up, in my experience, to stand those things up, I stood up one of those hubs in less than a year where I work. So I think that the turnaround time or the scalability of these within Washtenaw County is readily achievable. The idea that we could cobble together a variety of funding sources to get to a $10 million, $11 million level, I'm sure we could do that. We could figure that out. But I would say there's nothing on here that in this vision that I've kind of shared that is something that we need to build up over the course of 5 years. These are all things I think that we can do and have impact relatively quickly. I don't know if that completely answers all your question or not.
It gives me a better sense. How about that? Chair, if I could, Commissioner, I think I hear what you're saying there, and it's a diplomatic answer. I'm trying to figure out how this all fits into to a full ballot. Help me, and I assume some of our colleagues, with a question that I think we will get that is related. If we have limited political capital, if we have limited financial wherewithal out in the population as a whole, forgive me for being crass here, but why go after services targeting older adults? Why not invest that in services targeting children or other social endeavors that we think are valuable? Can you give us some sense of why the case for older adults is prescient to you, and how it might help in those other areas in terms of what we work on with our general fund and other funds?
Yeah, I think they're all prescient issues regardless of age. I think that in terms of need in the community, the older adult need is largely silent and unseen. I think the needs assessments that have been done begin to uncover that. But it's a population in general that doesn't have a lot of advocates speaking up for it. I think you've got a lot of situations where grandparents are playing important roles in the lives of other people. Grandparents raising grandchildren is an exploding demographic in our world. The idea of hunger for older adults is more prevalent than I think any of us realize. There are some studies that have shown that nearly 1 in 5 older adults is hungry. I don't think anybody should have to live like that in our country. I think in the aging world, I think it's something that we talk about, a measure of, and I'm not going to credit the right culture for this, but one of the measures of society is how you treat your older adults. Do you provide them that respect and support? And what does that say about your society? So I guess I don't necessarily look at it as, does one particular age demographic deserve something over another? I do think that the older adult population has historically been underserved. Their needs are not met. If you want to get down to a dollars and cents discussion, you can talk about healthcare. And a lot of these interventions deal with health and wellness and avoiding clinical usage and hospitalization. And in a very crass dollars and cents kind of way, it saves money. It keeps people in their own community, keeps them contributing. I think there's a great role for the 60 and over population as mentors, as volunteers. I think we're not taking advantage of that. And I would hate that if we just limit the discussion to simply supporting the frail older adult. But I would tend to look at this as an aging question. And how can we help people engage in their community? How can they be brought in to be mentors for a younger generation? How can they be volunteers? I think a lot of times we don't ask enough of older adults. And I think there's a group of people out there who are willing to engage and do things. And I think an office on aging can help with that. But there are clearly some that are frail that need a more intense service. So I don't look at this as being older adults deserve something more than others, but I do think we historically have underserved it. And if I just look simply at federal appropriations, and you look at it in a budget analysis, you can see, well, other parts of the budget may be growing, older adults is stagnant. And really, quite frankly, for much of my career, we've been fighting just to keep that and not get cut. So I hope maybe that's a little bit of light on your question. But
I appreciate it. I think that's helpful. I'll follow up. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Light.
So if the millage is able to make it to the ballot, what do you anticipate on it passing? So that's my fear, is that some of our citizens may not feel as deeply as we do with the need to support our seniors, because I have seniors that I support, my mother, even though she's seasoned, we should say. But what do you think, our chances are on the millage passing? Because I would love for it to be on the ballot, so that we could, have the millage for our seniors. But I am also a bit fearful, that our citizens may not see the need as we do.
Thank you for the question. I will say that over my 15 years in this field, there have been a number of efforts to gauge the interest. I know that Ageways, when it was known as 1B, had done some work on this as well, to gauge the potential interest in Washtenaw County, which was incredibly favorable when that polling data came back. I do know that when this question is put before voters across this state, it passes every time in every county. While this is not Washtenaw County, with my day job in Wayne County, we have done some research with the Institute of Gerontology, because Wayne County is considering the same question. And that survey research shows an overwhelming level of support. Now, granted, that's a different county, but the feedback that I get from people in my district when I talk about this issue and the potential that we could have, the impact that we could have, from the feedback that I get is overwhelmingly supportive. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders.
Commissioner Machieski, we've talked about this a couple times. And I am the crust of the sandwich. So I am in a situation where I am taking care of myself and my family, and have a mother that now is, she's able to take care of herself, but she probably needs to be living with me. But I have a couple of questions. So one is, how do we address the seniors in this county that own their homes, but maybe not in a position to be able to pay for this millage? I guess the question that I want to ask is, do we know the outcome of the cost of the millage compared to the services that they may or may not be able to be eligible for? So how would we address our constituents that are themselves seniors? Because I've had quite a few address me. Some former electeds that aren't going to say it publicly, but say that they can't afford it. So how do you address constituents that may have that concern? And then the second part of my question was, it lists in this draft, I'm gonna call it a draft, $200,000 annually for each qualifying. So I'm interested in knowing what is a qualifying senior center, and this doesn't really have a stop on it. So how many of these centers do we already have in Washtenaw County? And does the way this language is written, if we had 10 right now, but 5 more pop up, then it looks like we're obligated to come up with that additional money. So, okay, I'm gonna stop now.
I'll go backwards with your question. So in terms of accreditation and what defines a senior center, I think it's obviously, I think, up to us to define what that is. One, I think, standard that's accepted in the aging world is NCOA, National Council on Aging, national organization. They have an accreditation certification that senior centers can achieve to get that certification. I think if you look at the idea of they have to meet some kind of established standard for service, right? You can't just pop up and declare you're a senior center, or you just can't open one. You have to go through that process to get accredited. Okay. I think it is key. So Yeah, I agree with you. You don't want to create a situation where the senior center is just popping up out of nowhere and declaring they're eligible. I think tying it to that it's been established and also supported by a municipality is another measure that we could put in there for that. To talk about affordability, I think it's the same question with any of these millages that we may end up putting before the voters. But I think there's definite return on investment when it comes to these issues. When you think about being able to provide door-to-door transportation for somebody that might need to get to an appointment at Michigan Medicine that lives in Ypsilanti Township. And I say that because my in-laws live in Ypsilanti Township, and my father-in-law this evening is going for an appointment at Michigan Medicine. My wife is taking him. But that ride, if you had to pay for that ride, $100, $110, $120, if you can even get it scheduled. Health and wellness classes, mobility assistance, the idea of putting grab bars in your shower or a rail on your stairs in your front porch. All of these things are, in order for people to remain living in their own homes, are expenses that we could potentially help them with. I very specifically did not put ramps on here because ramps are a $10,000 item nowadays. And you can only build so many of those with even potentially $10 million. But I think a number of these things and services, you talk about the legal service. You go to an attorney to prepare a will for you, how many hundreds of dollars are you going to pay for that? But if we can offer that to all county residents, it's something that we can do. There's a savings right there. So I think there's things that people can benefit from that are pay back that return on that taxpayer investment. I also think that when you talk about the potential $200,000 foundational support for senior centers, that will also, I think, alleviate potentially the municipality from having to invest that money on their own. So, I could look at the city of Chelsea that might alleviate some of the funds that they're putting into the program. So I believe that there are very tangible ways where people can benefit from this, but do certainly agree with you that there are a large number of county residents that this would be a burden for them.
Can I just?
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of leaving it flexible tonight to go back and forth if
Okay.
folks are okay with that.
So when you speak in municipalities, if I play devil's advocate and I say, well, what does it mean what does it mean if a municipality is not supporting their senior population, but is instead expecting or relying on the county to sort of spread out the needs of their residents to the rest of the county? So I'll use barrier busters as an example, where we've got some municipalities that, play fair and put the money in that targets just their residents, which is fine. And then we have those that historically have just refused, just feel like it's the county's responsibility. I'm asking because I'm wondering, in terms of a municipality, does this allow them sort of to get off the hook and not require them to do some inner soul searching about what they do with their money that they already collect from these residents?
So I would say that, and I use the term foundational, because to me, a $200,000 a year allowance to a senior center really sets up the basics. I don't think, I think Monica's in the office, I don't think you could operate on $200,000. You got to go way beyond that. Yeah, it would be significant, wouldn't it? But it would set you up as a foundation, but that's not going to do everything that you need to do as a senior center. And if you relied on that solely, you are not going to be meeting, I would argue, you're not going to be meeting the level of service you have today. I think it would free up time from having to beg, borrow, and tape things together and constantly chasing money to actually providing services and education, information and outreach to people. So that's kind of my thought there, is that you're establishing a base, whether it's Whitmore Lake or serving people that live up in that area, or Chelsea or Dexter or Ann Arbor or Ypsilanti. You've got a foundational base to build on.
Awesome. Thank you. Commissioner Hodge got his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, this one is not to continue peppering Commissioner Machieski. So this is just a general comment and possibly a question for Michelle. I think it took us quite a while for our Commission on Aging to pass the resolution that they did in support of a millage. And part of that, I think, was a discussion around what do we do about lower income seniors who we would then be creating a millage that they would have to pay into. So I think the question that I have is there any sort of way for us to be able to essentially like redistribute funds back to people based on a cutoff? Like if there are the lower income seniors that would be paying into the millage, is there a way for us to get funds back to them? That's a Michelle question.
I would have to look into that.
We're gonna look into
Not
it.
sure.
That was one of
Yeah.
those questions. Yeah. So that would be something.
Thank you for that. I had the same question.
Yeah,
So-
there you go.
We do have the poverty exemption, but there's people that fall, are in the gray area.
Yeah.
Anyone on this side of the room? Commissioner Beaman and then Commissioner Rabi.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to go back to peppering Commissioner Machieski right next to me. Just with one question. And that is around the staff resources that are allocated here. Because if I'm correct, the minimum is that I'm looking at here is 6. And for me, I'm a little bit nervous to ask voters to pay salaries for our employees if the dollars could be going back into the community. So just wondering how we ended up at this number. There is a question mark here, so I'm also kind of putting you on the spot for something that there's a question mark next to. So just wondering, because I think of very different, but the last office, at least that I can remember that we created, was racial equity, and that is only at 4. So do you envision maybe we could start lean and ramp up as needed, or your thoughts?
So first thought is what I prepared and shared is simply a conversation starter. It's certainly not something that is set. I would say that the majority of the 6 positions is related to that aging disability caregiver resource hub, which would in essence kind of be like a call center, a live answer call center, where people could call and actually talk to somebody on the phone. These operate in the aging world. And I think about my agency. We have 1 million residents in the service area that I work in, and we get what I will call a ticketed call. We actually have to do something with the call, 18,000 calls a year. So you think if Washtenaw County is about 40% of that, a little less than 40% of that, you could imagine, 8,000, 9,000 calls a year, maybe, that would come in for resources. With that kind of volume and scheduling, I think you need a team of 3 or 4 people. You need somebody dedicated to working with the community and understanding what the resources are to have that database, making sure you've got the web portal set up so people can access it 24/7. And then you've got the live answer folks as well. And I think those of us who are elected officials certainly get calls from constituents who you got to put some time in to figure out your way through, government to find people an answer. Well, that's what these call centers do. They link people to the veteran services. They link people to a variety of things. So I think to properly staff it, that's where I kind of came up with that number, trying to think about how would you handle, 700 to 800 calls a month from the public. And these are not easy calls sometimes. They're quite frequently calls like my mother got discharged from a hospital today and they say she needs this piece of adaptive technology and she's got to go to a subacute. I don't know what to do. And you're working with people through these situations. So I do liken it to kind of these kind of constituent cases that many of us have had experience dealing with. So that's where I kind of came up with that number from. I believe you need somebody in charge. You need a director of aging services. You find this commonly in counties, county governments, to be that kind of face and to be the external relation to these organizations and be the voice and have somebody to supervise these folks. So again, it's just a kind of a thought to kind of start a conversation. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Rabi.
Thank you. My comment is brief and sort of a question for more information too. This is great. Thank you for putting this together. I really appreciate, when you've done the work to, really flesh out a lot of these thoughts, and I appreciate that. I'm in some ways, I'm not saying this to disagree with Commissioner Beaman. But I tend to be more okay with the idea of having county staff to manage some of these operations. I do agree with her that that we should be getting money out in the community in the form of services. I like some of the programs that you've identified on here. And I think what I've said in the past too is like, I think we should be thinking big with this stuff and provide, and I would like to see us even provide more, universal type programs like you were kind of outlining, universal nutrition, universal, so that all seniors, frankly, regardless of income, can have access to it, whether they want it or not. They can make that choice. So what I was hoping, it would be helpful for me as I'm reading through this to kind of identify which one of these programs you're anticipating that the county would sort of provide and run and be quarterback on versus the programs that in your mind we would, be working with other agencies on. So we can have that at a later time or whatever, but
I would just, if I could just quickly note, I think that is very much in the purview of the county to be the home of the Aging Disability Caregiver Resource Center. To me, that's very natural. I think a minor home repair program, I think also fits very well into county oversight and county roles. Those two are to me the most obvious. I think many of the other things that I included in this document, there are community organizations that are providing those things and doing them very well on a very limited basis right now that we can build on. That's not to say that there couldn't be other things that we could envision within the scope of county government. But I think at a minimum, those two things, which are very significant functions, are very natural to me.
So just to be clear, in terms of the flow of your document, basically that's the first page onto like the start of the second page would be county, and then the rest you would see as sort of like partnering with other organizations.
I do, and yeah,
Thank you.
yes. And obviously the county playing anybody involved in procurement in the budget office, with the RFP process as well.
Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
And thank you also to those that have come out to speak in favor of it. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Do we have any additional thoughts at this time? Okay, well, I'll just thank you, Commissioner Maciejewski. I think this conversation went really well because of all the work that you did. I really like this approach that seems like more hybrid, us creating some new internally and also supporting existing, which I think speaks to a lot of what we heard from Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation and Ageways and the folks that started this journey with Say Yes to Seniors. So I'm excited to see how this develops, but I think this is a good start. Anyone else want to add anything? Are we good to go? Okay, awesome. All right, well, seeing no other business before us, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Everyone's here. Do it. All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 17th Board of Commissioners meeting. Bryce, oh no, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, like we usually do. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Bryce, roll call time.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner LeVar. Here. Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
and Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Yes, sir.
All right, the team's all here. Fantastic. We will move into probably why most people are here, public participation. So I'll start off by saying to the commissioners, we have a few written public comments that are in board portal, which is a very user-friendly and easily accessible tool. So take a look and read those when you have an opportunity. So for those of you in the room, we're going to get ready to get into public participation. I'll say this piece. We have a public hearing later on about the mental health and public safety millage. So the way this will work is we're doing public participation first. And if you would like to participate a second time for that, you are also welcome to do that. Today's the day with a lot of listening. So get ready. I give you the normal spiel here. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you are in the room, we'll have you join us at the podium and you will state your name, city or township, and you are ready to go. And let me finish the spiel. You'll be able to get your 3 minutes. We have a great color-coded light system right there. It starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then it gets to red. At that point, I got to stop you because you will have exhausted your 3 minutes. If you are joining us via Zoom, you will hit the raise hand icon. I will call on you. You will state your name, city or township. Same rules apply. You get your 3 minutes and no more than that. You will also have an indicator to let you know when your time is running out. If you are joining us via Zoom by phone, you will hit the *9 button to raise your hand to indicate that you would like to be called on. I will call on you. You will get your 3 minutes. You'll state your name, city or township, and then, missed the *6. If you're on the phone, you got to hit *6 to unmute, and then you get your 3 minutes. Commissioners are not able to engage in conversation with you during public comment. We get to listen to everyone, and then we have an opportunity to respond afterward. That's it. I got it all. If you don't say your name, city or township, I'm going to have to remind you. Otherwise, this guy over here is going to give me a glare, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to, make Bryce mad. So we'll get that taken care of for the record. Now we'll go ahead and start. Please state your name, city or township, so we can get this rolling.
My name is Yvonne Cudney. I grew up in Ann Arbor and I now reside in Ypsi. Can you hear me okay? 'Cause
We can hear
it
you
sounds-
fantastic.
Okay. So let me just start with this. If I cry, I hope that you listen through my tears. I'm here to support placing a senior millage on the ballot this year. I've worked in the housing sphere and with older adults countywide for the past 6 years. Some of you may know me professionally, but I'm here to tell you about me personally. I moved back to Washtenaw County 8 years ago to be with my mom, enjoy her company, and when necessary, be her caregiver. She died last year, hence the tears. My mom was a low-income older adult. She did not have retirement benefits, and her only source of income was Social Security retirement. She received just enough Social Security to not qualify for public benefits. She owned her own house that she bought 40 years ago on a land contract about a half mile outside the city of Ann Arbor. She lived alone. As she aged, she had difficulty maintaining her home and her 1-acre yard, and certainly did not have funds to make aging-in-place modifications to her home. My brother and I helped my mom as much as we could. We both had full-time jobs and other obligations. My brother mowed her lawn and assisted her around the house. I connected her with services and also assisted around the house. We both spent as much time with her as we could doing fun things. My mom was smart. When she purchased her home, she bought a ranch. It had a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom all on one floor. There were 3 small steps up into the house. My brother installed a handrail and the entrance and grab bars in the shower. I helped my mom get weatherization services, property tax exemptions, and obtain other services. Despite the fact that my brother and I helped her as much as we could, there were so many more things that could have been helpful to her that Washtenaw County doesn't provide. My mom didn't have access to affordable public transportation that would have taken her to the grocery store for groceries, or to the senior center for socialization or congregate meals. My mom could have used some more help with house cleaning and laundry, snow shoveling or lawn mowing when my brother and I couldn't make it out there, or simply someone to come visit her. My mom was an exceptional woman. Despite being a first-generation immigrant and a single mom, she managed to purchase a house in which she raised her kids and that was relatively accessible as she aged. She maintained a good relationship with her kids, so much so that we cared for her and willingly spent good time with her while she was still here. Not every older adult is as lucky as my mom. They do not necessarily have accessible, affordable homes. They do not have two kids who are geographically and emotionally close enough that they willingly spend time with their older parents. A senior millage could fill the gaps for people like my mom, and it could provide services and assistance to older adults who are not as fortunate as she was. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next for public comment? Come on down.
Hi. My name is Kathy Squires. I live 1280 Sylvan Road, Chelsea, Michigan, 48118. And I'm here, excuse me. I'm here to request that you accept my application and notice of intent to retire as it is, because Human Resources has denied accepting my form. And I've also submitted all the paperwork for beneficiaries. And I've been trying to get my pension for over 2.5 years now. My last date of paid work with Washtenaw County after 20 years of high regard service with Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation as their horticulturalist. My last day was May 29th, 2021. And I submitted an email and then followed up with letters, even a registered letter by mail of my intent to retire since September 16th, 2021, on or about that date. I have not been back there to work since May 28th, 2021. I've not been paid since then for any work with the county. And except for when I was supervised clearing out my office in September of 2021. And I'm here because I'm kind of tired of waiting and trying to get around obstacles and dead ends to receive my rightful pension that I paid into for over 20 years as a Washtenaw County employee. So I have that form here. I'd like to submit it. I have a statement saying that I have already submitted letters of intent. The court records will have those on record, but I'm still being told by HR that they can't accept my form and that I need to write another letter of intent. They're also asking me to put a different date on the form. The form asks what my last day working paid. I can't see it. Was or will be May 28th, 2021. That they're asking me to change that date. They're saying that I'm still considered by the system as
Sorry, your time is up.
employed, which I am not.
Thank you.
So I don't know who to give this to.
Did you give to, there you go, right there. Thank you. All right. Who's next for public comment? Who we got? Come on down. Hey there, Judge. Please state your name and city or township.
Sure, I'm Pat Conlon. I live in Lima Township, but I work just up the block at the courthouse. And I'm just here to maybe answer some questions if there are any. I want to also address some comments made in public about the court, and maybe if that's created any concern for you, I wanted to just kind of give you the court's perspective on that. So a couple of weeks ago, there were some comments made about our friend of the court department. And so I'm just, wanted to come and tell you in person that we at the court are incredibly proud of all of our services. And we are incredibly proud of all of our employees, from the frontline staff all the way up to, well, I'll say for the judges, all the other judges but me. I'm proud of all of them. But I do want to sort of address some of the things that are going on. We know that our friend of the court is probably the first contact that a lot of the citizens of Washtenaw County have with the courthouse. And it's frankly not it can be a thankless job. I think we all have some experience with that. But I want to just reassure you that from the frontline staff, we believe that our frontline staff is doing a fantastic job, and we're constantly working to make an effort to make all of our services better to the county. That kind of goes up to our management. Some of the concerns I think raised had to do with some management concerns. And I want to reassure you that our management team and our director of Friend of the Court is committed to bringing best practices to the courthouse, best practices pulled from around the state that are happening in other Friend of the Court offices, as well as around the country. So I wanted to reassure you about that. I firmly believe that our management and our director are visionaries, and they are assisting our frontline staff do the great work that they do, because I think our frontline staff is also visionary and does a fantastic job of interacting with the public. We at the trial court are very proud of the work that we do in the courts, delivering what services we can to the county, and we will continue with that commitment. A couple of the specific comments, though, had to do with some interaction with the labor unions. I just want to reassure you that there's a rich tradition in the courthouse of working with labor unions, decades old. We are not a textile mill seeking to get rid of our unions. We are vigorously negotiating alongside of you with all of our labor unions to ensure the best possible work environment for our staff. We also, in response to a specific comment, have a zero tolerance policy for any bullying or racism from our management, from our frontline staff, from our judges. So I want to just reassure you that that is not a tolerated practice in our building. We do constantly review our processes. We are constantly looking to improve delivery of service. It's delivery of justice is kind of a funny way to put it, but delivery of the services that people get when they come in.
So time is up, unfortunately.
That's it.
Okay, all right. Well, well timed.
So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I just wanted to report out, and I would be willing and happy to talk to any of you in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let the record reflect that I am fair and equal with the cutoff for public comment, even to a judge. All right, come on down. Who's next for public comment? The chief judge, nonetheless. Everybody gets 3 minutes. Okay. Hey, name, city, township. How you doing?
I'm Allison Foreman. I live in Ypsilanti Township, and I'm here today as a member at large for the Council on Aging. And I'd like to urge the Board of Commissioners to support the 2024 recommendations from our advisory group, which was to establish a Washtenaw County Office on Aging to support older adult services for everyone throughout our community, for older adults and their caregivers. And second, to take action to place a senior service millage on the ballot for 2024 to support seniors and caregivers. Supporting these two recommended activities will strengthen our entire community as we move forward for a future where we know 1 in 4 people in our county is going to be over the age of 60. At this point, we need to ensure for a strong, healthy community, we want our older adults and those who support them to be happy, healthy, connected, and remain in their homes. I thank you for considering this and establishing the time at your work committee to discuss this. And I urge you to keep moving this discussion forward and for being so open and having such a great discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, come on down.
Good evening, Commissioners. Reverend Jeff Harrell, Ann Arbor City resident, pastor of New Beginnings Community Church, Washtenaw County. and member of the Washtenaw Regional Organizing Coalition. So I'm here to talk about the renewal of the public safety and mental health millage. When it was floated, I was fully aware, as some folks might have been, of the divisions of how the money was to be divided. Public safety, give back to police communities, the communities had their police departments, mental health. That was in the language, but kind of like talking to someone about, I said I'd meet you on the corner. No, I said I'd meet you on this corner. People heard something different. And I think a lot of people in the community heard that money that went to the cities would be used for mental health and more money would go toward mental health. Right now, we're looking at a renewal of the millage, and I would advise or suggest to the commissioners that you either seriously look at strengthening some type of ordinance on how the money is spent. I know that money is in the budget of the Sheriff's Department, which is a massive amount of money already of the county budget that may be used for mental health services, maybe directing how that is used. And also look at directing how money is spent from community mental health, because there was supposed to be a center where people in conflict or crisis was supposed to be able to go to, a big selling point that does not exist. So as we're looking at a renewal, we're now looking, a lot of citizens in the community, of having either some guarantees of what this will look like or rewrite of the entire millage. Another renewal of 8 years is a long time. 8 years, I will be pushing 80 in 8 years. That's a long time for a millage. And the other thing is that when we look at that money that is there, we want to make sure it is well spent. I think this community will support a public safety millage that has programs to reduce recidivism, reduce violence, make the jail a humane place, and public safety and mental health that will allow our most vulnerable citizens to be cared for, because this pandemic wrecked kids, it wrecked individuals, it wrecked families, and there's a bunch of trauma out in the community, and there are no preventive services to address this, which a lot of us thought this millage would address. So I'm just saying, this thing needs to be looked at, because as it is, it's like telling me you're gonna meet me on 4th Avenue, and I actually was meeting on 4th Street.
Thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate it. All right. Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kat, City of Ypsilanti resident. I'm also on their Human Relations Commission, recently appointed in January. I just want everyone to be aware that we are reviewing the non-discrimination ordinance as it relates to the protected class for felony and misdemeanor convictions. As it reads right now, which was introduced and adopted in 2020 of March, it allows for landlords and public employees to still discriminate against people for their criminal backgrounds, because it says unless there is a direct relationship between and an unreasonable risk, without actual definitions of what that is. So I'm alerting everyone that there is a meeting tomorrow on Thursday at 6. There will be, Nation Outside will be presenting some different language changes just to try to get rid of that, to kind of mediate some of the unintended consequences that have come from that. I'm also aware that that was intended to hopefully one day turn into a county, possibly non-discrimination ordinance for those same identities and protected classes. So I just wanted to put that on people's radar for the city of Ypsi tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Come on down.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roger Roper. I'm from the city of Ypsilanti. I'm working with Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department. Today, I come before you to illuminate the journey of We Live, which is a program that I'm a part of. It's an agency deeply entrenched in the heart of Ypsilanti as a symbol of hope and transformation for our clients. Our mission transcends mere law enforcement. It's about nurturing and culture of support support, and empowerment, especially for those who have endured violence and injustice. At the core of our mission lies the commitment to not only address crime, but to address its root causes. We acknowledge that violence often begets more violence, tempting many victims to seek retaliation. Yet we staunchly reject this vicious cycle as your constituents' fate. 97% of participants in We Live has gone on to get jobs, go back to school, or has stayed out of police contact since being a part of the program. Through collaborative endeavors with our community and the police department, we've spearheaded initiatives that extend a lifeline to those who feel voiceless and overlooked. We've witnessed individuals once ensnared in the bleakness of their circumstances rediscover a purpose and belonging with the community. Many among them have weathered indescribable trauma. However, through our programs and support networks, bolstered by involvement of the police department, they have reclaimed their lives. Instead of surrendering to a lure of retaliation, they have chosen a path of rehabilitation and contribution to the community.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next up, come on down. Name, city or township?
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Kristen Roberts and I'm from Ann Arbor Township. And I'm here today to support the millage in the mental health realm. I am the co-founder and the president of the Miles Jeffrey Roberts Foundation. My son Miles died by suicide on May 29th of 2017, his freshman year of Skyline High School at the age of 15. He was an amazing kid. He was the life of the party, connected with people, loved to just protect others, thrived playing sports, especially hockey, but just not somebody who seemed to be at risk for suicide. He did struggle with depression and anxiety during middle school, as did many of his peer group. He saw a therapist for a short time, didn't find it helpful, gravitated to his friends for support, and really shouldered his emotional challenges, kept everything trapped inside. So really the transition to high school was really difficult for him. He was impulsive, exhibiting risk behaviors in school and at home. Despite his struggles though, sports was always positive, providing structure and support from the teammate and coaches. So in 2019, we established, my husband and I did, the Miles Jeffrey Roberts Foundation in honor of his life. Our mission is to empower the youth athletic community through promoting mental well-being and suicide prevention. We've been fortunate enough to receive a grant, 3-year millage grant totaling $45,000 that we've been applying to this program. Currently, we are working in a pilot at Skyline High School. The program is transformative for engaging youth athletes through trusted adults and mental health professionals. The CHAMPS program provides support, resources, and education for mental well-being. To date, our 3 champions have conducted 15 presentations to 252 athletes. 3 more presentations are occurring this spring to reach another 120. I'm really, though, honored to share that of all these presentations, there were 7 kids to date that indicated that they needed additional resources and were connected with those resources. And that really is a result of the millage support helping us to do the work that we need to do. Our next school is Pioneer. We're going to be working at Pioneer for the 2024-2025 school year, and we're hoping to branch out to Huron High School as well. So I feel like the millage dollars have really been a great success, a great catalyst for us to do the work that needs to be done, and I'm very grateful and hope that you will continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, come on down. Name, city or township?
Hello, my name is Danielle Dix. I actually live in Tecumseh in Lenawee County. I cannot afford to live in Washtenaw County, but I do work at Washtenaw County Community Mental Health as a case manager on the adult mental illness team, and I have for 2 years. I am here tonight to speak on 2 points. The first being the mental health and public safety preservation millage. I voted for the millage in 2017 when I lived in Washtenaw County, but today would not vote for the millage if I had the opportunity to do so. Understanding very well what the ramifications could be if it were not to be renewed, as I previously worked at a nonprofit here in Ann Arbor, and my position was funded by the public safety portion of millage dollars. The millage allocates 62% of its dollars to law enforcement entities in the county. This feels ultimately like a stigmatization of mental illness, that so many dollars are allocated to law enforcement as if the public needs to be protected from people living with a mental illness, when we know most people with a mental illness are not violent or a threat to others. Only 5%, that's $1.5 million of the sheriff department's over $32 million in millage money went to community partner programming that would address some of the social determinants that lead to interactions with law enforcement and mental health crises. The public safety dollars need more regulated spending. The millage should be separated into separate mental health and public safety millages. The voting public of Washtenaw deserve to determine that their tax dollars are going instead, or where they're going, instead of being forced to fund law enforcement as a condition of funding mental health care. The second point that I would like to make is that the mental health millage does not fund the majority of case management services provided by Washtenaw County Community Mental Health. The largest union bargaining unit of over 600 members in Washtenaw County, Local 2733 Unit A, of which I am a member, includes the case management staff of Washtenaw Community Mental Health. Washtenaw County has not come to the bargaining table with a reasonable contract offer, and we have been working with an expired contract since January 1st. Case managers, many of whom have a master's degree or are working towards one, like myself, provide high-quality services that divert our most vulnerable from interacting with law enforcement, divert hospitalizations, prevent suicide, connect people to substance use treatment, connect people to housing, and prevent eviction, all of which support mental health and mental illness recovery. These are things the public has asked for in these meetings. But Washtenaw County has not been able to provide competitive wages that incentivize new hiring and the retention of employees. I love my job, and I cannot imagine being in a role other than public service. Community Mental Health touts serving 147% more people since the millage was passed, but my highest caseload was 73 adults with severe mental illnesses, 14 of whom were subject to court-ordered mental health treatment.
Sorry, your time is up.
I ask that the public demand that the commissioners
Thank
bargain
you.
in good faith.
Thank you very much. All right, who's next? Public comment, come on down.
That's a hard act to follow. My name's Marvin Gundy. I lived in Washtenaw County since 2000, don't stop the tape yet. Is my clock going yet? Well, I live in Washtenaw since 2000, since I moved here from New Jersey. I was talking to y'all last time I was here, but I was rambling because I was freestyling. So I wrote something down this time because I wanted to make a better statement about what I had to say. So here we go. I have lived tirelessly for 10 years fostering collaborations between law enforcement and the Washtenaw County community. Yep, me, 7-time felon. I've been doing that, trying to forge a relationship with the police because I feel like it's very important. As someone who's taken from communities before, I feel like it's very important. The bond between public safety professionals and the community they serve is paramount for ensuring the well-being of all residents. Public safety is very important. Effective communication and partnerships between the police and our community are crucial elements in promoting public safety and trust. I just want to put those definitive statements out there. I've been living it for 10 years, and I've seen the trust develop through individuals like myself, I guess through millages or whatever money gets me the opportunity to work for a great organization like the sheriff. But at any rate, I've been doing it tirelessly for the people of Washtenaw County, building the relationships with those parts of the community that don't like people like these suits or the sheriff. But I've been there tirelessly working to let them know that you are great people, and the work that you guys do and the police do really help people, but they have to listen to understand. So getting them to listen, that's my job, and I've been doing that. Through examples like the program We Live that we heard of, he got the gavel, the transformative impact on countless lives it has had, the deterrence of retaliation behaviors is paramount in your community. You guys don't know because y'all in that environment. Y'all boots ain't on the ground. Mines are. Things have been slowing down due to the effects that we've been causing. These are isolated incidents. Everybody ain't shooting everybody. But that's what y'all think. But it's not true. We have been slowing those things down. I'm getting off the point. I ain't got too much time. Also, for instance, initiatives like Sure Moms, they have empowered and marginalized voices. You heard what I said? Them women would have never spoke before until they came to the sheriff's office and got a voice and then come up to y'all and speak. Great women who got a voice through untraditional means of giving a Black mom a voice. That should have happened in other places, but it happened at the sheriff's office through Ms. Flo. Props to Ms. Flo. They also have been an opportunity to go down to politics and do for a bill to help young kids from retaliatory behavior, because they was getting in trouble for some other stuff. So them moms took it upon themselves, organized by Sure Moms, to go to the state on Washtenaw County's behalf to make those citizens safe. But they don't know that. Now they do. And that was Sure Moms sitting in that room doing that, things of that nature. And, you know, opening up these conversations, public safety. Another example is partnerships with
I'm sorry, your time is up.
professional. The mental health professionals have been tackling the challenges, including
Thank you.
mental
Your time
health,
is up, unfortunately.
and reincarnation.
I like it. I need your city or township too. You said Washtenaw County, I need city or township.
Whitmore Lake this time. That's where I moved to.
All right, Whitmore Lake. You got that, Bryce? Bryce got it. All right, next up, name, city, or yes, come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hello, my name is Ruth Cassidy and I'm in Ypsi Township. I'm here to speak in favor of a new millage that supports community mental health. Currently, the 38% going towards mental health to me is very low, considering the need that we have in our county for mental health supports. And I know this millage has supported important programs that have helped people. I would like to see those continued. I don't think this should be tied with extra police funding. So I think that's all I have to say, so.
You have plenty of time left. Thank you. All right, come on down. Name, city, or township.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Leonore Gerstein. I live in Ann Arbor, in the city of Ann Arbor. I'm speaking as someone in support of the Alliance to improve our mental health services in this county. I have been a consumer of mental health services myself. No shame in saying that. I have 2 children who, maybe it's not a good reflection on me, but at one time or another have, and one is continuing to have, the need for good mental health services. And as progressive as we are in this county, I think there is room for improvement, both quantitatively and qualitatively, improving the mental health in general of our populace. Mental health is not just what's going on in the brain and the personality, it's social health, because interactions between human beings happen on the basis of a person's mental equipment, right? And so there are many, many creative ways to increase the availability of professional mental health services, preventive services, as well as treatment and post-treatment. There are perhaps better blueprints, or what's the word I'm looking for? Formulations of how to deliver services that requires research. And as one of my previous speakers said, we need to be able to pay our mental health professionals a salary that will keep them here. We have a huge turnover. The caseloads are too large, and the professionals, as soon as they get some experience under their belt, they move on. We need to keep good people. We need to be creative in our thinking about the quantity and the quality, and we have lots of creative people in this community. We have lots of gifted people. So let's give them the support they need in order to provide us with better services and a happier population, more creative, more self-fulfilling, more self-actualizing, more able to participate in the economy. All this, we all reap the benefits when mental health, I don't particularly like that term, but when mental health issues are addressed creatively and plentifully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Come on down.
Hi, Mark Creekmore, Ann Arbor City, National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI's been asked, why does NAMI support the renewal of the existing public safety mental health millage? Why does the millage support routine police services? To us, the millage language was quite clear. I won't repeat it now, but you can look it up. But about how the millage was sold, I was involved with that. And here are the talking points that Alex Yerke, Chuck Warpahosky, then the director of ICPJ, and I wrote. The CMH millage percentage allows us to meet the specific challenges faced by CMH. These include the filing of the budget, filling the budget hole by the reductions in the state funding, and providing services to those who had previously been unable to receive them. The sheriff's percentage, one, creates stability in our public safety funding structure, and two, increases the level of coordination between CMH and the sheriff's office. This is what we wrote when we were selling the millage. The third, rebate percentage, provides general fund relief that can be used to address other service shortfalls across the county. So that's how we sold it. Now, what people heard is something else. I can't account for that, but I can account for what we told people. Yes, the millage pays for mental health and police service programs, but the secret sauce for NAMI is the changes in both police and mental health cultures. These culture changes began over 10 years ago. The millage solidifies changes in police cultures away from the carceral model of arrest and restraint only toward the community policing model of de-escalation and diversion to care where possible. The millage solidifies changes in the CMH cultures away from a safety net only Medicaid model for people with serious mental health conditions toward the crisis and prevention model, which serves anyone in crisis regardless of income. So the cultures of both are changing, and it takes money to do that. We think the focus for change should be on the daily work of people who are carefully selected, trained, and supervised. So while the percentage supports some special programs, it also supports internal culture changes through the routine case management and routine police patrol work. For NAMI, the key is collaboration across normally siloed sectors, and we want you to join us in that collaboration. And here's what we do. We engage in the police academy training, the mental health court in jail, your local municipality like Chelsea, which decided to use their rebate funds for case management and for the upcoming plans for a juvenile resource center, the allocation of opioid settlement funds, the expanded CCBHC and 988 crisis lines, and the Ann Arbor Unarmed Crisis Response Programs.
Sorry,
That's what
time
we're
is up.
working on, and I hope you join us in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township. And the podium can be raised if you would like.
No, that's all right. Cornelius Williams, Ypsilanti Township. So I want to talk a little bit about the overdose crisis that we're still facing in the state of Michigan and nationally, and what's being done in the county to mitigate fatal overdose. It's not something that's getting any better. We're still losing thousands of people a year in our state to overdose, and the war on drugs is basically what's got us to the position that we're in now. I don't understand when something that's clearly a mental health issue, because substance use disorders are diagnosed by the same criteria as all other mental health diagnoses or mental health issues. And the fact that we're losing thousands of people a year to a tainted drug supply, which is clearly a public safety issue, why we're not spending money for public health and safety or mental health and safety on harm reduction techniques that we know are going to work. Why don't we have an overdose prevention center yet? We've been tracking these overdose deaths since 2018. Why don't we have quantitative or semi-quantitative drug checking programs? Why aren't we funding peer education? Why aren't we funding overdose response education, including breath support and supplemental oxygen? These are all things that we know work. The bare minimum is to pass out Narcan and fentanyl test strips, and it hasn't been working. So at what point is the county going to do something about it and start saving people? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the room? Come on down. Otherwise, I'm going to turn to our friends on, oh, come on down. Hey, name, city or township.
Good evening, commissioners. Hello, I recognize most faces here. My name's Mary Campbell. I do not live in Washtenaw County, can't afford to. However, I am the president of AFSCME's Local 2733, and I do work for Washtenaw County. So one of the things I'd like to talk to you about tonight is the fact that since July of last year, we have been in contract negotiations trying to update an antiquated contract and unify all 5 contracts. We have 5 contracts in our local. It's been a long process trying to work that out, and we are currently trying to figure out how to actually come to a fair wage and benefits package. So what the employer offered is nowhere near being fair. So I would like to point out that last year, the commissioners gave themselves a 32% increase to take effect in January of 2025. And Local 2733 is not looking for that same thing, but we are looking for a fair wage increase, and we're employing that would come, it would be less for 24 and 25 combined than what the commissioners gave themselves to take effect in January of 2025. So we're asking you to please release additional funds that would accommodate what we consider would be a fair and equitable wage and benefits proposal to actually all employees. It's not just our local, but I am advocating for my local today. I know that there was going to be something that was put on the agenda tonight, but it was pulled mainly because there just wasn't enough time to go over it. Everything that was in that resolution. So thank you, Greg, for attempting to get something out there, but it does need a little bit more time than just a couple days to look over a 14-page document. Currently, Washtenaw County employees are the ones that provide almost all of the services that your constituents pay for with their tax dollars. So we are only asking for a fair and equitable wage increase. On another note, real quick, I heard the chief judge make comments about the frontline workers who make first contact with the public. The union's aware that they do a great job, and I hope that the chief judge is actually taking time to talk one-on-one with some of those frontline workers. I know firsthand that there's a very low morale at the courthouse in multiple departments, not just the front of the court. The decades-old age process of working with the union has fallen by the wayside since the current court administrator has been appointed. Currently, the turnover rate for employees leaving employment or transferring out of the courthouse has never been higher since this court administrator has been there. The court administrator makes multiple decisions for things that should be worked out with the union or just bypasses the union altogether. If the chief judge were actually talking with many of these employees, he should see this just as the commissioner who made those comments a month ago had been doing. She had been going there for multiple weeks to talk to some of these employees, only to turn around and put targets on some of the backs of those employees.
Thank you. Time is up. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Come on down. All right. Yeah. Don't want to lose that. That's necessary. Much needed. You know, you wouldn't leave yours. You wouldn't want to do that. All right, go ahead. Name, city, or township.
My name is Karen Holman. I live in Ypsi Township, and I have to apologize in advance because I didn't really write this out, but I feel moved to speak after hearing Mary and Danielle. I'm a former worker at CMH, and my job was paid for by the millage funds. And I just want to reiterate that there's a severe morale and staffing problem there. I would just like to see changes. Salary, the inadequate salary is a main reason people leave. I think other changes need to be made. Geez, I'm losing my focus. I think it's really important for leadership to address these issues in a creative, innovative way, right? because it's true that the healthcare workforce across the country is changing, there's shortages. So that calls for innovations. You know, you can't treat employees the way you used to and expect them to stay. So I'm just want to open up the conversation for innovative, important work on changing the work climate. And I have to say that, you know, and I also support the senior millage, by the way, because I worked with a lot of seniors and they're suffering a lot. I support a lot of the sheriff's programs, the We Live, I think, et cetera, Lead More Money should go to them. But it really broke my heart, right, to work with the people of this community suffering and not being able to do enough. It really, it breaks a lot of our hearts, and it's sad when people who care so much just can no longer do that work anymore because of the work climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Otherwise, I'm going to turn to our friends online. Anybody? Nope. Okay. Ashley, who do we have online? Anybody?
Yes, Chair. First, we have Chris Savage.
All right, Chris Savage, please state your name and city or township.
I am Chris Savage and I live in Scioto Township. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you just fine. Loud and
Okay,
clear.
great. Chair Hodge, commissioners, thanks for giving me the time to speak tonight in support of the renewal and restoration of the public safety and mental health millage. I'm not just in support, I'm strongly in support. This millage is a progressive approach to funding public safety that recognizes the inextricable connection between mental health as well as behavioral issues like substance abuse and public safety in Washtenaw County. Fact is, if we view every public safety problem that occurs simply as something for the police to deal with, we are not only missing an opportunity to prevent problems before they become impossible to resolve, we're also turning our backs on the people who need the help the most. This millage funds programs and services for mental health, substance abuse, education, reentry, including housing and employment help, counseling, and other essential services in the county's jail. This millage pays for diversion programs that divert people who may otherwise end up in our criminal justice into programs where they can get the help that they need to turn their lives around. This millage supports the sheriff's office peer-to-peer outreach team, as well as its community violence intervention work. And finally, this millage gives the sheriff's office the resources it needs to have a first-class facility where progressive programs like these can be implemented. As a society, we place far too great of a burden on our public safety officials to deal with the outcomes of mental health and substance abuse crises. The very least we can do is give them the tools that they need to answer that call. If this millage cost our community a bit more to have programs like these in place and to fund our public safety department, it would be worth it in my opinion. But when you factor in the support it provides to the police services contracting program and the money it saves both county and local municipalities, it's not just worth it, it's a bargain. In fact, I would call it an investment. It's an investment in a safer, more compassionate and responsive community, and a community that I'm proud to call home. I urge everyone involved to support the renewal and restoration of the public safety and mental health millage. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Marie K.
All right, please state your name, city or township.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. My name is Marie Cannerl. I'm a resident of Dexter Township. And I'm also speaking on the public safety and mental health millage that's coming up. I'm concerned about I appreciate all the positive things that have been said about the millage and the positive things that have happened, but I also am concerned about a straight renewal. I really want to revisit the current funding structure to assure that a larger amount of the money is allocated to be spent on mental health services and supports for residents in the community. My aunt, who passed away a few years ago, had bipolar disorders, and I was kind of hands-on involved with that, kind of helping her to get the help that she needed. And so I know from experience how important community mental health services are. I'm really concerned that too much of the funding goes to the sheriff and municipalities with police without adequate and transparent designation for how they're used. Mental health needs to probably should be covered under a new millage and either separate from policing or providing some clarity and transparency as to how those funds are used and changing the proportions of those funds. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes, Chair, next we have Floki Ivy.
All right, please state your name, city or township.
Hi, my name is Floki Ivy. I live in Ypsilanti Township. I work at Ace High School, but I'm not here as a representative of Ace High School, in Ypsilanti Township. I'm here to talk about the mental health millage. I want to just first start out by saying that some of the programs that are funded by the millage have been working wonders for the students that I work with and the community that I would live within, such as Hawk, Ozone House, and the Student Advocacy Center that I work closely with. But they're really on the precipice of doing something really great because they're underfunded, but have great ideas and great people working there. And I think that if more money would be allocated towards them and their services, then they would be the ones who coming into our school more often. But realistically, a lot of times, more often the people who come in to visit our students are their probation officers because they've had more interactions with the police department. So it just goes to show that there's a lot of mental health overlap with the sheriff's department, and rather than getting those services on the like before the kids get in trouble. I would like to see some of the mental health funding going towards some of the things that would head off some of these mental health issues at the past, like food stability, housing stability, affordable housing in the area, and to help support these students so that they can feel like their mental health is attainable because they're living in places that are more stable for them. I also think that maybe, this kind of is the idea that, when the schools can have the big funding and the military have a bake sale type thing. It's like the sheriff's department, I feel like, is sitting on a $6 million kind of slush fund or extra money that we're not sure exactly what it is. Perhaps they could use that money for their public outreach or their community outreach, and that extra money that the millage could be used for mental health and these programs that are actually working in our community that are really at the precipice of being good and really doing some great things in our community. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you very much. All right, do we got anybody else online?
Yes, Chair, next we have Lori Krauth.
Okay, please state your name, city or township.
Yeah, hi, my name is Lori Krauth. I live in Ann Arbor. I am a therapist, have been for 30 years in Michigan, and I'm supportive of the mental health and safety millage. However, instead of the existing mental health millage language, I would really like to encourage that same amount of money be used specifically for mental health and social health care help, such as health, mental health, education, post-incarceration support. I think a lot of the money has been used for traditional services from the sheriff's department, and to see change in the community, that money can be very well used specifically to support mental health programs. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes, Chair, next we have Francine Alexander.
All right, name, city and township.
Hello, my name's Francine Alexander. I live in Ann Arbor. And I'd like to thank the commissioners for the work being done to consider how to advance a good millage and retain these resources that I believe we very much need in Washtenaw County. I am confused as to why you are pursuing it this year and have not in the meetings heard a good explanation for that. And I would be would look forward to that in the next meeting. I would love to see the language that you have included in a potential updated ordinance. I don't see that online. If you would share that, that would be great. At this stage, I cannot support a renewal of this millage. It places a priority on law enforcement that doesn't reflect the values of our community and the needs of our community. We all know the percent of general fund dollars that the sheriff's office gets is the highest of any organization. 50 to 70% are the numbers that I've seen. We've heard that $1 or $2 million are going from the $32 million that the sheriff has received these last years to some of the progressive and helpful programs we've heard here. That kind of split is unacceptable and doesn't reflect what our community needs. A single millage for mental health and issues that address the social determinants of health, as people have mentioned, are what I believe our community could support. I think we could get strong support for a well thought out millage that would really address how affordable housing, food stability, services in the schools, suicide prevention, reduced caseloads in community mental health and any service provider agencies so that they can really do quality work. So that's what I'm looking for from the commissioners, a willingness to take some, to have faith that our community will support retaining these $20 million of revenue, and asking you to engage and create a package of services that we can build support for. And I look forward to joining you in engaging the community to support services that reflect our values. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else online? That's it? Okay, anybody else in the room? Last call for room. About to close public comment. About to do it. Going once, twice, 3 times. All right, we are closing public comment. Gonna move on to commissioner follow-up. Anybody want to follow up on that? Commissioner Beeman, quickest on the draw today.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank everyone who has taken the time to either come in person or call in online. Your passion comes through, your ideas come through. So thank you for that. Thank you for everyone who's come forward for the senior millage and sharing their views on that. Those who are speaking to work climates and things of that nature. The piece that I want to talk about when we talk about this millage is how coupled policing and mental health are. And I'm going to expand a little bit on what our friend from NAMI had to say. Estimates show that people who have a mental illness are 10 times as likely to experience force, unwanted force, in interactions with police. That comes through lack of training, and that comes through lack of community responders. In Washtenaw County, we have units where it isn't simply an officer. There is a social worker. There is a substance use provider. There is someone else that has the training to come into this situation and come out with a better outcome. Someone who has a mental illness will see lethal force from police who are not trained properly. Between 2015 and 2020, a quarter of all fatal police shootings involved someone with a mental illness. They are coupled. If we take it apart, if we pull it apart, we're taking those resources away from our policing. We're taking that training away, that community partner away. We're taking the integration away, and we're going to end up with outcomes that we've seen in the past. We're going to see these same numbers. And the more that we work together, the more that we bring these two pieces of the puzzle into play and realize that police do not need to address every call. It can be a social worker. It can be a mental health care worker. All of these pieces coming together, that's how we end up with a better outcome. So for me, that's why you can't tear them apart. When you tear them apart, then you do have mental health here and you have policing here. And that's not the world that I want to live in. And when we're looking for progressive justice systems, we need to figure out how to bring it together. So thank you again for all of your comments.
Thank you. All right. Hands, I saw Commissioner Labar and then Commissioner Somerville. give me the cue so I can put you in the queue. Go ahead, Commissioner Labar.
Thank you. These mics are robust in their ability to work. I just wanted to give a thank you to the Allies for a Better Mental Health Care Millage. Appreciated. They had a session this past Monday that I was able to attend along with Commissioner Somerville, and appreciated the chance to get their engagement on the millage. I am more optimistic today that we can craft a compromise that allows us to retain the capacity of the millage, but allows us to address some of the substance that we've heard via the ordinance. And I take every bit of public comment seriously. I thank you for it. I am more hopeful today than I was maybe last week or so. And I just want to thank the advocates for their continued engagement. And I also just wanted to thank the CMH staff broadly. I think it's easy to point out where we need to do more in society broadly on mental health. I think that theory hits the reality of real life at the CMH level. And I appreciate from top to bottom the staff over there and the job they're doing. I'm very hopeful that this state can find a global response to some of the workforce issues as it relates to compensation and as it relates to any unique incentives around hiring and retention. But I just want to give that public affirmation to the CMH staff for all they do. It is appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank some of the employees who came out tonight. I'm excited to have closed session later so we can talk about how to move forward negotiations and put more on the table. I especially want to thank Danielle. We used to work together, waiting tables when we were both in college, and I want to keep people like Danielle at the county. She's an amazing asset, and I really appreciate you coming out and speaking, because I know it's difficult when you are an employee to do that. Thank you also to the folks that came out to support the senior millage. I'm really eager to continue the conversation at this table on how we can craft something that will help support some of the most vulnerable older adults in our community. And I also want to thank the folks that have been working to engage the community on the CMH and public safety millage conversations. We have obviously gotten a lot of public comment in the last few months, and I've taken a lot of that and I've been reflecting a lot on how we can improve the current ordinance that we have in ways beyond what we've had, conversations about at this table before. I would like us in the ordinance to redirect many of the dollars that are currently, I think, set aside for traditional policing. We have seen some of the work that's done on community violence interruption. There's money that has been spent and will be spent in the next few years on permanent supportive housing, but I want us to see that number grow. So I hope, working with my colleagues, that we can address ways to increase that in the ordinance, specifically putting more money towards permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing, specifically putting more money towards, we've heard about some of the community violence interruption work that's being done that's saving lives, but it's not enough. And there were one-time dollars used in some of this work, and that's going to run out. I think that for me, the intersection of substance abuse and housing insecurity and challenges with mental health could all be improved with the right resources. And I do see changes to the ordinance as a way to redirect those funds to do some of that without compromising the renewal option. So I'm looking forward to working on the ordinance change. And I'm going to propose a way to redirect about 50% of the 38% that goes to the sheriff office. So I look forward to those conversations. I've talked to a few of my colleagues in the last 24 and 48 hours. And I'll just say that after leaving the meeting that I attended on Monday night, I cried a lot. This stuff is really personal for me just because of how
it's impacted my life, especially at an early age. I watched my mom be sober for 2 years and then die after 2 weeks of losing stable housing by a drug overdose. So these things are preventable, and we have the resources to save lives. And that's what I'm committed to doing. If we put this back up the way that it is, we can redirect more money, and we can still stabilize some of the other public safety needs that my colleagues experience in their district. So I look forward to it. And I just want to thank the community again for doing all of the work and having these difficult conversations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, Commissioner Sanders.
So I want to address our visit from the chief judge. Some months ago, we had a presentation by friend of the court administrators, and I had concerns that I shared with them. I had suggestions that I shared with them. And sometime after that visit, I had communications with former employees of the friend of the court, that those same administrators had gone back to the office and were making jest of the fact that I would have the audacity to have some suggestions or to share my own personal experiences, albeit 20 years ago at the friend of the court, but more recently to share some of my family members' current experiences in terms of disrespect with the friend of the court. And I went one day with one of my fellow commissioners to the friend of the court to ask those same administrators if they wanted to talk to me in person about what they had to say, but also to show support for the employees of the friend of the court. One of the blessings, and sometimes not, as a county commissioner, especially if I wasn't born and raised here in Washtenaw County, but it is my county of choice and has been for the last 36 years. When you have employees that are telling you that they are being bullied and that they're being mistreated and they're being singled out, it is just as much our responsibility to provide protection and cover and to try and understand what is the experience that they're having as it is for us to respond to our constituents when they have concerns. And that is what we did. I was present when they provided detailed information about how we were able to access the court, and the safety and procedural issues that they have to follow. And after those conversations, they didn't follow up. They told us that they were going to let us know what the procedure was, so that we could help them be in compliance with state auditing requirements in terms of the protections of customers' records when there are visitors to the court, specifically to the friend of the court. That was never followed up with. And so what I'm concerned about is that what we were seeing is that there seemed to be an abundance of discipline meted out to the most senior employees and to the employees of color. And one of my concerns as a former UAW member was that it looked like there could have been some sort of union busting attempts going on there. And I said that. I was pretty clear with them about that. I am just concerned. I hope that this is not some form of reverse bullying on behalf, towards commissioners who are trying to stand up and make sure that employees and residents, and I've said this, are treated fairly and equitably. That when they have a concern, we should be listening to that concern, and we should make sure that any discipline or treatment is equitable. And so I'm gonna kind of leave it at that. But if someone that works or lives in this county is making a county commissioner aware that they feel as though they are being targeted or mistreated, we have a fiduciary responsibility to find out what's going on. And so when I have this badge that gives me access to every door in this county, I have a right to utilize that. We're not disrespectful. We went in like everybody else does. We went through security. We signed in like we were supposed to. We let them know that we were going to be there. And so I hope that our attempts to make sure that people are being treated equitably and fairly is not being misconstrued as something else. Because nobody should be bullied. Everybody should be able to come to work and be allowed to do their job without being targeted. And so I'm gonna just leave it there. But I'm not gonna apologize for trying to find out whether or not people are being mistreated. I'm not. So, and I think it's interesting that I didn't have any, I don't know about, I can't speak for the other commissioner. I had no follow-up from the court after my visit. No attempt to have a conversation with me. So I don't want to say that it's disingenuous, but it's, it's moving kind of different if you can come and address us in this public forum, but you can't reach out to me and ask me what my concerns are as a county commissioner. So that's what I've got to say about that. I was sort of advised maybe I shouldn't say anything, but I don't do bullies. I don't do it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I agree it's a problem if we think employees are being bullied. And I just want to note that that goes for any employee in any area of the organization, including people in this building right here, not just the courts. And if we're not going to tolerate it from the courts, we cannot tolerate it from people in this building. And we brought some of those concerns to people in this building. And I expect that they taken with the same amount of seriousness as anything from a different building, because he who's without fault should cast the first stone. I also then want to say that I want to acknowledge the people who came to us tonight and showed us some very vulnerable parts of their lives. They talked to us about beloved parents dying, about their children's death from suicide, from people living with a felony conviction. They were very open and honest. And as Commissioner Somerville said, when she was at her meeting, she left with tears. I had some of those even tonight sitting here, because it takes an incredible amount of bravery just to stand at that podium, a little less open your life up in that way, to show us the vulnerabilities that you have experienced in your life, to speak out about something important that you feel like is worth extending the life of that within our community, about saying the good things that have happened from this millage. And I want to say that I think everybody at this table has heard, and I have talked about this as well, about the fact that there is a place for us to consider the process, that this is how the millage has been conceived. We think by and large, I think that in hearing from people that this has done really good things in people's lives. But I am eager, I think, like my colleagues here, to think about how we can consider some really fantastic proposals to amend that ordinance to show more oversight for that money, to think about what we can do to continue these really fantastic programs that have been happening through the community mental health department and through our sheriff's department. And I really, really, again, want to commend those who've stood up and told us those stories tonight. Thank you very much for that and recognizing. I hope that we can hear all of those stories and continue to think about this millage with an open mind. Thanks. Oh, wait, one more thing. Sorry, but wait, there's more. For only $9.99. No, this is not against Knives commercial. I did want to note that we talked at, I heard this discussion. I can't remember your name. I'm sorry. You talked about overdoses in the county. I agree that we should be thinking about all the things we can do. I just wanted to point out, we do have the opioid steering committee now, where we will be talking about what we can do with the money that we're getting back from opioid settlements to help with overdose deaths. We do some work at making sure Narcan is available in our community at the Towner building, at the sheriff's office. Is it at Ellsworth also? Narcan vending machine? It's not at Ellsworth. Okay. Maybe we can get it at Ellsworth. But every once in a while too, also the county gives out Narcan. I make sure I avail myself of that when I have it, just so it's like in my car. It must be the nurse in me. I'm ready. And I make sure that my family has it also. So we're trying to do things to try to help people be able to jump in and help in an overdose situation. And if you'd ask me, one of my dreams too, when you were talking about learning how to rescue breathe, actually one of my dreams would be Washtenaw County could become a place where we have the highest number of residents certified in hands-only CPR. I think that would be a great push for us and might do a lot to save lives here, not only from overdose deaths, but from sudden cardiac deaths and sudden cardiac events as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Thank you for mentioning that. I was going to mention it if you didn't, and then ask you during liaison reports if you had one for the steering committee, because, and again, to thank you for your work and being on the steering committee. Anybody else want to respond to public comment? Nope. All right. Well, thank you to everyone that came out. I think some of you will want to speak during the public hearing. I think my colleagues covered it all, so we'll just keep it going into liaison reports. Commissioner Scott, you got liaison report? She just sort of did. I don't know if you got another one. Commissioner LeBar, oh, no, Commissioner Somerville.
My liaison report from the Commission on Aging. We spent a lot of time prepping for the working session earlier, which you saw. Just wanted to highlight that. And I also, based on the last meeting that we had, would like to encourage all of the commissioners to maybe connect with your counterpart on the Commission on Aging. If you haven't in a while, I think it would be helpful as we continue to have the conversations about the millage, if everyone can connect with their counterpart, just to talk about, questions that you might have, questions that they might have. It'd be a way to keep things rolling, I think, productively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you try to raise your hand too? Okay, I'm gonna go Sanders, LeBar, Scott, Maciejewski, Robbie, and that's almost everybody. Then we'll give anybody else that has an opportunity. Go ahead.
Just a point of pride for the road commission that they shared their audit report at this week's meeting, and the audit came back with flying colors, and just want to share that their meetings are always chock full. It would take the rest of the night for me to share with you, but auditing and your financials are very important. So just wanting to share that.
We like a clean audit. That we do. We do. Commissioner LeBar, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. This body had the foresight to structurally fund the Youth Assessment Center, and we had a convening this past Monday. And Chair, if you would give me a moment of personal privilege here, Lisa Gentz, who is the millage administrator there with CMH, standing next to Director Cortez and our friend Mary and Phillips. If Lisa could give a succinct summary of it, she is far more competent than I am. Would you be amenable to
I
that
would be
for
very
30
amenable.
seconds?
Come on down.
Good evening, everybody. We had a great event on Monday in which we convened over 80 youth serving providers to discuss and start building out a youth assessment center model, which is an evidence-based strategy for pre-system diversion for young people to address root cause issues instead of finding their way into the juvenile justice system. It was amazing to see how many people came out working together. We really put them to work to think of how we could envision this in a way in Washtenaw County that not only, addressed the needs of our young people, but also of their family members and caregivers. Very exciting opportunity for us, and we're really excited to see all of this come to fruition. And all of this work aligns with the new legislative changes that have occurred from Governor Whitmer around the juvenile justice system and the significant focus on community-based prevention and diversion options.
Far more competent. Lisa, thank you so much there was a great event, and in all sincerity, you are doing amazing work there with the Youth Assessment Center. And I encourage everybody at this table to get more familiar with that. That will be an incredible tool that we'll be able to bring to the youth in our community. So thank you to you and Trish, to your team, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you. All right, Commissioner Maciejewski. I think you raised your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, the Board of Public Works met this morning, received an update on lake improvements projects that are moving forward this year. We do have a number of items on our agenda tonight for the materials management plan, which I know, I believe there's representatives from the department or the Water Resource Commissioner's office on here to address. So my public works report will be that brief. I did want to note that for those who are alternates for the SEMCOG Executive Committee, I cannot attend the May 3rd meeting. So if one of the alternates can take my spot at that meeting, that would be appreciated. I have a work conflict that day.
May 3rd meeting.
Thank
May
you.
3rd meeting. We'll figure it out. All right. All right. We've lost footage of Maciejewski. Just we're working on it. Okay. Cameras are down. Sorry. Commissioner Robbie. You want to go first? You want to go now?
I hate the way I look on that dumb camera. Thanks. I'm going to do it. Let me talk to you a little bit about our April 9th Parks and Rec Commission meeting. We met out at Independence Lake. It's looking like it's always ready, but it seems to me even more fun when you're out there on the precipice of the summer season and the lake is glinting and everybody's getting ready for the summer camps to come. So it was great to go out there and see what's happening out at Independence Lake. We also had a fantastic communication from the U of M student team report on sustainability. I think they are through the business school and they gave us a net impact report that was really very thorough and quite amazing, and gave the Parks Commission a lot of opportunity to think about how we are doing our net zero at the parks and what we can do to continue to make parks a sustainable and like a beacon for other parks departments across the state of Michigan and country. I will mention, I think last time I talked about the open.
You just turned your mic off.
My mic was off. You can't see me, you can't hear me. If you're interested in looking at some more of the things that the Opioid Steering Committee is doing, there is an exhibit out there at the Michigan.gov website about things that we can use that money for, acceptable uses for it. And again, as I said last time, I am very impressed with the committee and the iterative work that we're doing. People on that committee with lived experiences and people who are working in recovery programs. And so I think that having the combination of those people on that committee is really allowing us to have very honest discussions about what we can do with that money. We have not met on the Board of Public Health since our last meeting, but I do want to just note that
Our Community Voices for Health Equity, it's a partnership with our health department, won a statewide award, the 2024 I think it's probably Jean Chabot Policy Champion Award. The award was presented on the 10th, and we had 2 representatives from our Community Voices to receive that award there, Joanne McCullum and Charles Peterson. And so I just want to give a shout out to that Community Voices for Health Equity, doing really fantastic work out there in the community for our public health department. That is the end of my liaison report.
Very nice, thank you. Are we able to confirm that the audio was picking up for the people online? That is working. Okay, good. I apologize for the technical difficulties. We will take a break after we complete liaison reports to get things good, because we want everybody to be visible during the public hearing when we get to that point. But in the meantime, Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I was whispering to you about that when my colleague was giving her report, so I don't know what you already covered about parks, but I remembered a few other things I wanted to mention about parks, and I don't know if you already did or not, but did you talk about the Maintenance and Improvement Center at Independence Lake?
No.
Okay, so there was a presentation that we received on that as well. So there's the maintenance garage. We got a chance to tour it. It is fairly old at this point and not serving the functions anymore for the maintenance crew. Independence Lake is a fairly large and well-traveled county facility. And so we got a presentation about various options for us to improve the maintenance facility. And we approved a contract for a planning firm to basically come up with buildable plans. They came up with options, but they are going to now come up with buildable plans for us to improve that maintenance facility. So it's going to look really good. I think once they develop the plans, they also gave us an options analysis for really improving the not Blue Heron Bay is in pretty good shape, but the beach portion of Independence Lake, there's that fairly large recreational area there, picnic tables, and there's sort of a beach house, I guess, in some ways. And so they've actually developed a plan for that whole area and really would improve it, create another playground, new recreational opportunities there. So we're exploring that possibility. Obviously, everything costs money, but that is sort of on the docket for us to explore as the Parks Commission. So that's very exciting. And yes, exactly. And E. coli's been, Commissioner Scott's whispering that E. coli's been a big issue at Independence Lake. And so part of this basically reimagining that site is to help mitigate the E. coli issue in the lake. Another couple quick things I want to mention. We did buy 2 conservation easements, which is always exciting. One in Commissioner Beeman's district and one in Commissioner Maciejewski's district. The one in Beeman's district is the Randall West property owned by the Randall Trust. So that's an exciting conservation easement purchase. And the one in Maciejewski's district is the James and Sarah Ritchie Trust with Sarah Lovell as the trustee. So that is the property that we purchased there. And there is some nice forest land on that site in addition to both of these sites are agricultural land preservation purchases. So both very exciting. So yeah, those are just the additions on the parks report. Always a fun time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No one else. Okay, I will give a brief one. Unfortunately, you can't see me, but I have props, but the audience can see. So I'll give 2, one for Urban County. So the urban, in large part, we get the information that Urban County gets, but it's also a useful mechanism for the local governments that participate in Urban County to be engaged with some of the county work. What I was holding up is we had a really interesting presentation from the Fair Housing Center, a presentation I can forward it to anybody, and they're a nonprofit that works to combat housing discrimination. They serve Eden, Clinton, Jackson, Ingham, Lenawee, Livingston, Monroe, and Washtenaw counties now. So they cover a large number of counties. Really thorough presentation. I think it's really, they walked us through how they go about combating housing discrimination and the process behind that, and then showed specific examples of challenges that they've helped to address. And brief update from Brownfield. We went over a lot of the Brownfield projects that are currently in action. I know Nathan will be here, I think maybe sometime soon, to go over some more Brownfield information. And I think he's going to be particularly excited to talk to Commissioner Robbie. And I think the Advisory Council on Reparations recently had their retreat. It was a good opportunity for the members to get to know each other better. It was a all-day kind of thing. It was a 9 to 5-er. And the second half of the day was spent on getting more of the work done. So that council is moving along just fine. If no one has any objection, we're going to take a recess until at least 15 minutes, but ideally the technical difficulties will be resolved by then. That's good. All right. So stay tuned, friends at home. We are in recess. Yeah, well, I'm just getting the feel for we're coming back together, friends. Come on back. Look at that. They like my gavel work so much, they gave me a second one. So, well, I reclaimed it. So now we got two here. All right. Once everybody's back in their seats, we'll call us back to order. Double gavel. Technical difficulties have been resolved. We're moving forward with what I expect will be a very good night. Okay, now we're back. All right, gonna call us back to order here. There we go. Back at 8:51. So we're gonna move into the public hearing, special order of business, a public hearing to receive comment on the renewal and restoration of the mental health and public safety millage. I believe many of you are here for this. So this works a little bit different than public comment. So during public comment, you get to come and you get to talk about whatever you want for 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes here, but you have to talk about this specifically. Okay, so I'll read it again. Public hearing to receive comment on the renewal and the restoration of the mental health and public safety millage. You get your 3 minutes. Same rules applies. Public comment, you're gonna come up, you get to state your name, city or township. It starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left. At red, I gotta stop you. You can give public comment via Zoom as well. If you give public comment via Zoom, raise your hand with the raise your hand icon. Yes? Yeah, raise your hand icon. We'll call on you, name, city or township, just 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom via phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. Then I will call on you. You will hit *6 to unmute yourself, and then you will give your 3 minutes of public comment. Unlike public comment in the public hearing, there's not a response to public hearing piece. So I'm going to open. Yes, Commissioner Scott.
It's just a point of clarification. Was for public hearings, was public comment 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
It's 3.
It's still 3 for public hearings?
It's 3.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I'm going to open the special order of business here, the public hearing. We're open. All right, come on down to the podium. Anybody like to participate in the public hearing? Come on down. Yeah, come on. 3 minutes. Name, city, and township.
Thank you. I'm Mary Udar Phillips. I'm from Superior Township. I have the privilege to serve on the Washington Community Mental Health Board and the Millage Advisory Committee. And I want to speak in favor of renewal of the mental health millage and point out that we have a one-pager that is in the back here that gives you some information about what we feel we've accomplished with the millage, but also about the incredible need in our community for an increase in mental health services. You all know, and you heard from earlier public comment, that the demand is incredible for mental health care in our community. We are under-resourced, under capacity. We need more support. So I would strongly urge you to move forward on a proposal to renew the millage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, come on down. All right, name, city, or township.
Hi, I'm Luna. I live in Ann Arbor. You've seen me a lot. I wanted to speak about the mental health and public safety millage, as I've spoken to all of you at some point or another. I want to start by telling you just my story and why this is so important to me. Growing up, I lived in a household with people who were suffering from mental illness and as a result relied on substances and often engaged in domestic violence. The police were at our home often multiple times a week because neighbors were calling, because my friends' parents were calling, because people within my household were calling. This happened my entire childhood until I moved out when I was 18 and continued after I moved out. My brother, who is a year older than me, is currently homeless, as are his 5 children, due to being incarcerated on and off throughout his entire teen years and adulthood. My mother just lost her home after being on probation. And my father lives in a rural community with no help and has been disabled by emergencies where help could not reach him on time. So I do not support passing the mental health and public safety millage as it is. The reason for that being, I think we can think that public safety and mental health are tied, and certainly in the system that we have, they are tied, but they should not be tied. The police engaging in our household ruined our lives, did not protect us, never brought us resources, never changed the situation for the better. And tying these two forms of funding together causes harm. I understand that people want to make changes to the ordinance to allocate funding that the sheriff's office would allocate, but I truly do not believe the sheriff's office should be involved in deciding funding for mental health and housing. It's not their business, and these need to be separated. There is a false sense of urgency of passing this millage as it is this year. We don't need to do that. We can slow down. We can consider drafting a separate mental health millage. And if you decide you don't like it or the community doesn't like it, we have time to still renew the millage as is. So I hope that you'll consider separating the millages, rewriting a new mental health millage that covers housing and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else participate in public hearing? I hate to interrupt you. The mic is not on, so nobody can hear you online, and you have limited ability to be heard in the room. There you go. Continue from there.
Passing this mental health millage without stipulating how it can be used would be a disservice to the county, to future and current people who are incarcerated, and to officers, and to people who live with mental health issues. We need a more comprehensive millage. I urge you to put restrictions on how this money can be used and to reconsider how this money is divided between law enforcement and programs like CMH. The majority of the mental health millage should support services that help keep people with mental illness safe, not to organizations that will criminalize us. People with mental illness deserve better, so do better. Rewrite the millage so it prioritizes people with mental illness, because without services like CMH, which is vastly underfunded, people like me are more likely to have negative interactions with law enforcement and are less likely to thrive in our communities. People with mental illness aren't criminals, so don't treat us like we are. Do better. I would also like to say that moving the CMH building in Ypsilanti is a terrible idea, because it will make it harder for people like me who live in Ypsilanti and don't drive, people who don't live in Ann Arbor, to access the resources that we need. The CMH building does not need to move to Ann Arbor. We need those resources in Ypsilanti. Thank you.
I remind everybody, you got to keep your comments focused to the mental health and public safety millage. I think that one was close enough since it was mental health CMH related, but that was on the border there, all right?
Hi again, my name is Kat Layton. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti in District 6 of Washtenaw County, and I am commenting today on the renewal and restoration of the mental health and public safety millage. I understand you all discussed the communication strategy at the recent County Commissioner leadership meeting to clarify the services and programs funded by the millage, spanning from the county to the cities receiving reimbursement through varying communication strategies. I'd like to clarify that the people who originally voted to approve the millage, including myself, are not confused on what is being spent. We are confused on what our taxpayers' money is being spent on, which does not align with what we asked for, nor what the county portions of the funds generated from the millage would be used to pay for, which were crisis services, stabilization funding, prevention funding, and jail services for inmates with mental health issues. At the most recent Millage Advisory Committee meeting about a week ago, it was said that should the millage not be renewed, CMH had a funding surplus for programs and services to last through December 2025. In 2022, I worked for CMH in jail services for incarcerated people with mental health issues. And as many CMH employees here have echoed in public comment today and in previous meetings, I made significantly less to do significantly more with people who are incarcerated and mentally ill. So I'm not shocked to hear there's a year's surplus because budget issues are a recurring topic for those on the ground doing the work in CMH, trying to help people get their basic needs met. At that same meeting, it was also said that county commissioners could not change the ordinance to require more accountability for local governments on how they use their millage reimbursement monies, since the ordinance presented this time as a renewal, but today we're being told that's a possibility. So what is allowed to change with the renewal and what isn't? If the original millage isn't working the way most of us are saying it's not working, then a path forward is not a renewal to keep in place what already exists and doesn't working. We can let it expire. There's no rule saying you can't enact another one after one expires. I would dive into further about how this could benefit our community and our county and the evidence behind moving away from using traditional policing to the form of public safety, but in public comment, I only have 3 minutes. This is just one of the reasons why I'm running for county commissioner of District 6. By claiming the sheriff's office as a
Oh,
model
I
of
gotta stop you.
public safety and linking
You're
in
off the
mental
topic
health,
now.
you are prioritizing the
I-
police for solving our mental health problems,
Well,
the real public
shoot,
safety
I'll back up.
concerns, which is criminalizing poverty, homelessness, and a lack of
I gotta stop
access
you
to
now.
fulfill basic needs. I have not professionally. Okay,
This is not helping. Finish it. All right.
thank you.
All right, guys, come on now. We gotta keep it to the topic of the public safety mental health millage. Please, please do that. All right. Are you gonna do it? You're gonna keep it to the topic, please?
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right. I don't, look, they gave me 2 gavels. I don't wanna have to use both of them. So let's just keep it on topic.
All right. And can you hear me online?
Yeah, your mic's
Okay.
on.
All right. My name is Rita Turner Sheeran. I live in Ann Arbor. I am a member of We Rock. I'm not necessarily speaking on behalf of We Rock. And neither We Rock or myself receive funds from the millage. I think that that should be a very important thing when people do talk at this event. I request that if this millage goes forward in the year 2024, it should be shortened to 2 years. And I ask that because it would allow current providers breathing room to continue their work until 2026 under the current millage. And it gives them 2 extra years to plan for changes that the rest of the community has been speaking on at these meetings. The timeframe gives all parties, including community mental health, nonprofits, the new sheriff that will be elected, time to demonstrate the transparency that you all have talked about bringing to this process, accountability and compliance with requirements that we expect to be drafted by this august body. I request that the funds be spent predominantly on mental health services and related needs such as housing. How am I doing? Still on topic?
Yeah, keep it going.
Okay, all right. Municipalities with police departments, I understand that you cannot compel them to spend on mental health. But I urge you, this august body, to use your badge, your power, to talk them into doing so, and that we as the citizenry should be asking our municipalities to do so. Or, as someone mentioned on Monday night, that the rebate to the municipalities with police should come back into the general fund for mental health services around the county. Ann Arbor is got enough money that we can share that wealth. It would be for the greater good of the county. I request that we have line item budgeting on all of our millages, but especially this one, given the fact that we have a lot of accusations about what money is spent, where, and why. And that so that the taxpayers can see what we are funding and what we are spending where. Next, all program and funding should be tied to a current needs assessment on mental health and public safety. If we do not have a current assessment, I could not research this, then build it into the budget now and do another assessment. I'm calling for reform on the way police act in our communities. I do not want defunding the police, but we ought to pay attention to the prosecutor's report that the findings that the significant racial disparities exist before they even get to the prosecutor's office. You can read the report and get the statistics.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Did I do all right?
You did good. Yeah, that was great. That's a good example for everyone else. Keep it on topic. All right, come on down, anybody. All right, please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing. I will state this every time.
All right, Cornelius Williams again, Ypsi Township. I want to uplift the words of the folks who came up here and spoke about rewriting the current millage and the way that the money is allocated. I also want to point out that even though I think it was Commissioner Beeman, you mentioned that public health and public safety seem to be intrinsically linked, and that you can't support one without the other. I think, especially when you're looking for a recipe to reduce use of force by police or officer-involved shootings, the clear and simplest answer is to not have the officer there in the first place. When it comes to crisis support, there's community programs that can be funded that don't rely on police response that could easily be built up out of this millage money. As far as harm reduction, that needs to be a priority for spending out of this millage money as well. I think Commissioner Scott mentioned the opioid steering committee for the county, and purchasing naloxone vending machines and having naloxone available at the sheriff's station. I think a lot of these ideas are really out of touch from perspectives from people who use drugs and would benefit the most and be impacted by these harm reduction tactics. There's nobody who's going to go pick up Narcan from in front of the sheriff's office. At least not the folks that need it. And I'm speaking as a justice impacted person who has been Narcan 4 times as well. And so I'm only alive today because Narcan was used not by police or first responder. So I really urge you guys to focus on harm reduction and to listen to the folks who are here today, letting you know that this millage needs to be rewritten. We need to take money away from the police that are causing harm and trauma in our communities. Not everyone looks at a police officer and is met with a sense of calm. For a lot of us, especially in the Black community, police presence is triggering and traumatizing. And so I think we need to really look at how we are handling crisis support and how we are handling community engagement in Washtenaw County.
Thank you. All right, anybody else to participate in the public hearing, please come on down, state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Novera. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti Township, and I manage mental health programs at Washtenaw ISD. And I manage those, I should say, in partnership with our 9 local school districts. As you may be aware, the mental health needs of youth have increased profoundly. During 2021, 42% of high school students felt so hopeless for at least 2 consecutive weeks that they stopped doing their usual activities. 22% seriously considered attempting suicide, and 10% actually attempted suicide 1 or more times during the school year. The Mental Health and Public Safety Millage has provided critical funding for several important programs in our county. One of those programs is Handle with Care, in which local law enforcement officers notify schools when a student has witnessed or experienced something potentially traumatic. Since 2018, law enforcement officers have submitted over 3,500 Handle with Care notices that include almost 6,000 students in our county. Over the past 5 years, the millage has funded over $200,000 in grants to our elementary, middle, and high schools to support various student-led mental health projects, such as the creation of calm down spaces and mental health libraries, the training of therapy pets, mental health speakers, kindness days, activities, journals, the list goes on. But the important thing is that these projects are all student-led and designed to help young people regulate their emotions and manage their mental health. The millage paid for several people to be trained as youth mental health first aid instructors, and we've since led 29 trainings that have certified 354 Washtenaw County adults to be able to assess, support, and connect young people in mental health crisis and non-crisis situations. When we heard from students that they don't always feel comfortable talking to their parents, we were able to create a monthly series of webinars for parents on how to talk to young people and support their mental health. And many amazing community partners join these webinars to share local resources. WISD staff are currently also supporting parents by implementing the 10-week Mom Power curriculum and Strong Roots Cafes. These programs are designed to build and strengthen protective factors for families with young children by increasing knowledge of parenting and child development, increasing social connections, and strengthening family resilience. In addition to the programs and services the millage helps WISD provide, our schools also rely on the robust CMH crisis team to respond to the urgent mental health needs of students at school, to support parents concerned about their child, and to provide important training for school staff on suicide risk. Whenever WISD has reached out to the mental health millage group to support our students, they've responded. We meet regularly with Trish Cortez and Lisa Gens to discuss the current needs of our youth and to co-create solutions. They have been excellent, responsive
Time is
partners
up.
in this work.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you were almost at the
For
end there.
seconds, yeah.
Yeah, it was good, but we're gonna keep it going. All right, come on down, whoever's next, name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing. I know I gotta watch out for this one, you know, might get all over the place.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Jimena Loveluck. I'm the Health Officer with the Washtenaw County Health Department, and I'm a resident of the City of Ann Arbor. And I wanted to take an opportunity to talk with you and share with you some of the collaborative work that the Health Department has done with community mental health, supported by funds from this millage, as well as sharing a connection from what we found in our recent community health assessment. So the Washtenaw County Health Department has received funding from the Mental Health and Public Safety Preservation Millage since 2019 to support the development and launch of the Wish You Knew campaign to address community concerns around youth mental health and the goal of reducing stigma. Driven by community conversations, the Wish You Knew campaign aims to spark honest and supportive conversations about mental health between youth and adults. Through artwork and video storytelling, the Wish You Knew campaign reflects what youth wish adults knew about their mental health and how parents and caregivers can support open communication. When we initiated the Wish You Knew campaign and information gathering process, there was a lot of discussion about how to start conversations about mental health, how to make it easier for youth to talk about mental health with significant adults. Now there's a lot more willingness to talk among young people, but there's also increased need and still so much more to do. Initial awareness seems better, and youth we spoke with have moved beyond awareness, but still need support and are struggling. Seeking help is still challenging. We need to improve the systems to be more accessible for all and specifically for young people. Many of these challenges and needs were confirmed through the Health Department's recent community health assessment process that we completed earlier this year. The community health assessment pulled together existing health data and perspectives from community members and partners, which was collected through surveys, one-on-one interviews, focus groups, and windshield tours. All of this helps us better understand the factors that make it easier or more difficult for our community members to live their healthiest lives while centering health equity. Mental health was the top reported health concern among our community survey respondents, with 68% ranking it as a top health issue. Themes that came out of our focus groups when we were discussing mental health included language barriers, long wait times for appointments, the impact of COVID and social isolation, as well as issues of violence and safety. All of this information, by the way, is available on the Health Department website.
I'm sorry, your time is up. I hate to do it. I'm sorry.
All right, that's okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Fair with the time. All right, state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Will do. Alicia Dyer, Scioto Township. So thank you all so much for hearing so many people out in the community. I know this process has probably been stressful. It's been stressful for a lot of folks that are doing this work. It's been stressful for folks that are experiencing the gaps that are going on in our community. So I really appreciate all the time and work that you put into hearing people out. So I want to address the sheriff's office portion, and I want to make it very clear that the majority of people I talk to support millage funds for mental health. And there are programs that are supported, like We Live. I was in Shore Moms for a while. I really support Shore Moms. Honestly, I don't think Flo gets paid enough. That is not the issue. The issue is the lack of accountability with how the funding is being allocated and what they're spending the money on. So Community Mental Health provided a one-pager. We have another one-pager. We have a comprehensive book. We still don't have anything detailed from the sheriff's office portion. And I don't see any representatives from the sheriff's office here. And so when you think about accountability, I would just please ask that in the future, there's not just a community mental health advisory board. There is an arm for the sheriff's office that is actually controlled and appointed by you. So that way there's more accountability for how the sheriff's office is going to spend this funding. And then not just accept what they say, because as a worker there, I will say that there are times they tell the public something and then that's not actually happening on the ground. And so we really need detailed breakdowns on what they're spending the money on, and also how many people are working in the program, and more evaluation of the programs, because what happens if we don't have that, we don't have accountability, and then funds are used for other things that voters have no clue about. I also want to highlight that a lot of people, when they heard that mental health funds were going to go to the police departments or, to the sheriff's office, they assumed that they were going to have support for mental health. And that was how the marketing of the millage was done. And so I think it's important that the sheriff's office portion, if that happens, is prioritizing mental health. Specifically, I want to highlight too, a lot of the workers are not getting support. There have been officers that have crashed driving home from work that have almost died. There have been a ton of jail lockdowns and cancellations. And so we just need more fiscal responsibility with how administrators are allocating this millage. And I would like to see the level of dedication that CMH has put into making sure the public knows exactly what's going on with how they're spending it in these pretty detailed reports. I would like to see that from the sheriff's office as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else for participation in the public hearing, which I will remind you, keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing. State your name, city or township. The microphone is not on.
Karen Holman, I live in Ypsi Township. And I want to piggyback on what Alicia said about, this is just a very specific issue that has to do with millage spending from the sheriff's office. And this was something I was surprised to learn. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can probably find this information out, but the sheriff does not pay for mental health services in the jail. And I thought some of the millage money that he got would go for mental health services in the jail, but that comes out of CMH's budget, not even CMH's millage budget, right? And people who are incarcerated with mental illness, you probably already know that jails and prisons are the largest provider of mental health care in our country. So I would like to see more direct services for people who are incarcerated. But to me, this kind of speaks to this idea of lack of accountability and transparency, because it just makes sense. Okay, people are saying mental health and public safety, yeah, we're going to work together. And yet the people in jail aren't benefiting from the millage. So I think it almost seems a little, I'm going to use this phrase, forgive me, bait and switch. So anyway, just one small issue. That's an example of a larger issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room to participate in the public hearing? Come on down. Please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Hi, my name is Ginger Chase. I live in Scioto Township. So one of the things that I'm concerned about with this, the public safety and mental health ballot issue or renewal, is sort of the lack of authentic communication and transparency about this issue. Realistically, this program is funded through 2026. So this doesn't need to be rushed through, and this doesn't need to be an odd year ballot rewrite if that's where the direction is headed, right? This could be something that is on an even year ballot as a rewrite. So the idea that this has to be a $500,000 expenditure is completely false. And I really resent that things are being framed in a way that are causing, unnecessary expenditure when the reality is that's not the truth. And I resent that there's not transparency in how we're talking about this. I feel like the fear mongering that Shore Moms and other effective progressive programs won't be funded if the millage, if this initiative isn't refunded, or if people aren't voting on this to renew this millage. The sheriff's office can use funding. They have $6 million in savings in a savings account that they took from the money that was supposed to be allocated towards this. The idea that the county commissioners can't fund this is false. So the fear mongering that that if we don't push this through without consideration, that there is no way forward is ridiculous, and it's insulting. I'd also like to say that it's insulting and terrifying that nonprofits are being intimidated to assume that they won't be funded if they don't push this through. I'd like to have some transparency around this conversation and to get down to what's real. People in this community wanted funding for mental health. We know that this is an issue. I went through community mental health in my 20s. People felt like this was a bait and switch, and I really resent that this has not been treated with more authenticity and clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Come on down. You have to state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Out a visual aid,
Sure, hand it to one of our friends there.
just pass it around. Or, I'm sorry, which friend? So many friends.
So many friends. Name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Laronis, I live in Pittsfield Township. I'm passing around and you'll see the smile go around the room. That's my daughter, Aurelia, and she will be 28 on Saturday. She was born with an intellectual disability. She has Kabuki syndrome and is fairly profoundly affected. She will never be able to live independently. She depends on my husband and I to be her caregivers. And people sometimes wonder, why do we never see them together? And it's the same reason you never see the parents of most profoundly affected children, whether autistic, thank you, or intellectually disabled, out together, because they can't. And I'll say again what I said some time ago, that we are exhausted and we need more funding for mental health, more funding for mental health. And I mean directly to community mental health. It's not just the crisis response for folks that are in crisis with mental health that are dealing with, almost legal situations. Although I agree with everything that previous speakers have said about that the police can be triggering and that can be difficult. I don't really feel that these two things belong together for a multitude of reasons. I don't think that public safety should be doing mental health response. And I also, obviously they should be trained properly in it. But I do think that we need to raise more money for mental health at every level and give it directly to mental health. It needs to be separated. There is a rush to say that this millage has to be approved now as is. And I agree with what Ginger was saying, that I think that that's not exactly correct. I think that we can think about it a lot more. I think that if the sheriff's department needs more money, They could pass around a picture of this handsome gentleman and maybe that, he could raise money for the sheriff's department. We parents of our charming and wonderful kids, young adults who have fallen off the cliff, no longer have services from the public school system because it ends at age 26. We feel that our young adults are used to raise money for able-bodied sheriffs and police departments, and we need that money. I'm not going to say that we want it. I'm going to say that we need it. We need more money for community mental health. The caseworkers are very underpaid. I've had so many different caseworkers, and I finally have one who's just amazing. So anyhow, that's what I want to say. And I do think that they should be separated. I think that they can be separated. I think a mental health millage would pass with flying colors, countywide, no fear. And it all should go to all of us who need mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room? All right, state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
My name is Lindsay Kolka and I live in the city of Ypsilanti. So I first found out, well, one, I'll just say, I don't support the renewal of the millage as is. I think they should be decoupled, and I think there should be a mental health millage that is separate from funding the sheriff's department. I found out about this millage, or not found out, I started looking into it back with the Shelter Now, right? I think we all can remember that. Maybe you remember me from coming and saying the same things all over again that are kind of related to this. But that's how I found out about the millage. I went to the CMH advisory board meeting. I took going to that meeting one time and looking at the budget that everybody gets, that's public information. I was one of 2 people that went to do public participation there to find out that like a bunch of other line items don't exist. There's a huge fund balance, enough to do everything we want and more. Lots of conversations about the political need to guarantee the renewal, or maybe we should make this public, maybe we shouldn't. So that put a red flag up for me. Then there was a large community movement on this renewal in the public. So then we started learning more. So I don't know everything. A lot of people here know a lot more than I do, and what it feels like a lot more than you guys do. They know what the risks are. They know the potential timelines. They know what's being spent, what's not being spent, what is pretending to be spent, what's not being spent. They're creating their own materials, their own meetings to create real democracy. So like, it's so disappointing that like this is the only time that we really have to engage over this, and it's 2 weeks before it's going to be the first hearing. So if there's only 2 weeks, I really urge you guys to connect with every single person in this public hearing right now that's giving us all that information and use it, right? Like, I feel like people are operating off of pride of like, we need to just renew this because this will get us reelected, or we made all these mistakes the first time, or all these people are not doing their job, but we need to just push this along. And it's a slap in the face to the people who need these services, that these services will save their lives. Another thing that I just want to point out is that a lot of the things that people are praising that is being funded on the public safety side of things are just the sheriff's department co-opting community service that are happening unfunded in the community. Like, oh, we love the lead team that is a social worker and a cop going out to talk to homeless people. You love that because it's a social worker going to talk to homeless people, not because it's a cop doing that, but it's pushed together and tricks people into supporting that program. It happens, every single thing that people are mentioning exists already, and it's happening by people doing that work for free and doing it sometimes and often better than what it is to be paid for this. And then lastly, I just want to like point out that someone responded that like, all these really, really important statistics that I didn't even know, the way that people with mental illness are brutalized by the police. And then that's being used to give them more money. If they can't do trainings and just operate with basic human decency with the funding that they have, why do we think that giving them more money will do that? Right? It doesn't cost anything to just incorporate that into the training, or maybe take 1 hour less of learning how to use a gun and doing it on how to de-escalate something. So it's a bunch of trickery, and we're pissed.
All right, thank you. All right, state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Danielle Dix again. I do live in Tecumseh, but work at CMH. A few things on the millage. So it sounds like money from the public safety portion of the millage has been used for police training. And there is a preponderance of evidence that more training does not lead to long-term, better sustained outcomes for people who interact with police. And as it has been pointed out by Commissioner Beaman, that people who experience a mental illness are 10 times more likely to experience force from the police. And I'm happy to provide that information if you would like to back me up. So that's just something to think about, that culture change doesn't occur through more training. Culture change occurs by replacing people who do not embrace culture change. And there's a lot of evidence that shows that training increases awareness of bias, but does not lead to long-term sustained motivation to use that training beyond 1 month. Another thing that has been brought up by some other people that I don't think the public has a good awareness of is that there are CMH services within the jail for people who are open already to those services, and they're able to provide assessments to open people to services. But it's pretty limited. A lot of the response by the understaffed CMH department within the jail, 15-minute appointments, a lot of response to suicide, and they're pretty limited in what they have their capacity to do based on the staffing level of the sheriff's department within the jail. And so I think that it's important that we are funding more staff within the jail and making sure that that is competitive salaries that will incentivize more CMH staff within the jail. And then my last point, we need more of this money advocated to affordable income-based housing, which we all know affordable housing is a social determinant of health. It determines whether or not people are interacting with law enforcement, interacting with the hospitals, all of those things. But we don't necessarily need more vouchers, because vouchers create a wait list, which create a long time for people to get housed. We need income-based, affordable housing that doesn't require a voucher through MISHDA, so through the state of Michigan, or from the Housing Commission in Ann Arbor or Ypsilanti, to get access to that housing. Because I have a lot of people who wait the better part of a year to qualify for disability, who have no real way to earn an income, who can't get disability until they're qualified, and they're most likely to be denied the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. The housing piece may have seemed like it was going out of scope, but since some of the millage dollars do go to housing, I thought it was. All right, anybody else in the room? No? Okay, then we will turn to our friends online. Who do we have?
Yep. First up, we have Jennifer Harold.
All right, please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Harold. I live in Pittsfield Township. I can be brief because a lot of the folks who are in the room have already said most of the sentiments, particularly Cornelius. I just wanted to say that in response to Commissioner Beaman's comments about the inability to decouple public safety from mental health, I think that is a dangerous and false equivalency to say that without mental health, like raising for the mental health, that, forgive me too, I'm walking, raising for public safety, that we're not going to be able to raise money for mental health. I think that this is part of the reason, and in fact, the amount of times that we have said mental health, public safety, and policing in the same space, even as we're talking about these issues, it's a distraction, and it reinforces the idea and the stigma and the language that for some reason mental health is a threat to public safety. Additionally, I think it's really important, as everyone has just said, and so I'll keep it brief and say it again. If the sheriff's office wants to pay to figure out how to deal with the problem of escalation, violence, brutality against folks who are experiencing mental health issues, and the sheriff's office is more than capable of using their millions and millions of dollars that they already have to do that. However, the services that should go towards mental health services for the community in forms of addiction services, housing, aging services, all of these other things that are happening, it is not our responsibility, nor should it fall on the community for public safety to mean that if we are experiencing a mental health crisis, then we have to fund our protection from the police. And I really think that we need to stop talking about this, and that the commissioners should also figure out a way to do some proactive remarketing of these things to say, to be frank, it's not mental health and public safety. There is a public safety element to this and there is a mental health element to this, but those public safety dollars, they're not held accountable, to my understanding, to be spent on mental health. So even the language of trying to couple these is dishonest and distracting. And so I really, really encourage commissioners to never again say that we cannot decouple public health, mental health services from public safety, especially using the abuse that folks with mental health issues suffer from the police as a reason to use mental health funds to fund the police being less abusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes. Yes, Chair. Next, we have Floki Ivy.
All right, please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Hi, my name is Floki Ivy. I live in Ypsilanti Township, and that's in Washtenaw County. I just want to make a couple of comments. One about the coupling of the police with mental health. The idea that we have to fund the police so that they don't hurt people who have mental illnesses is problematic, because then it's like, police for who? And then also there's such a high turnover rate in the sheriff's department anyways, so that these trainings, when they go on, I just question how effective they are with the high turnover rate in the sheriff's department. With the violence intervention programs, they've been proven to work better when we decouple them with the police, because people who are actively engaging in violence and criminal activity, of course, are going to trust institutions that are coupled with police less in that violence prevention. It's just logic. So decoupling those will make those programs more effective. Also, there's been, I've written a paper about this. I've talked about it multiple times about how we've funded the police and it's actually led to higher crime in our area, the more money we've given to the police. So I think we've proven over and over again that it's been really ineffective. And with the report from the prosecutor's office, we've also proven that it disproportionately affects Black and brown people. I just want to also point out that we need less bureaucracy. There's like a ton of forms to fill out every time you have anything to do with mental health. And people with mental health issues notoriously have some executive functioning issues. And it's just like, fill out this form. Oh, you didn't fill out this form, go to this building. You didn't fill out that form, go to this building, talk to this person. And it's just like a cycle nightmare. And it's not the fault of the people you're dealing with or barrier busters or hawk or anything. It's just because they have to have so much accountability on their side. And my question is, because of their accountability and everything they need, why is it on their side, but on the sheriff's side, it crickets? I'm just a little confused. I guess what I'm trying to say is the parts of the millage that I really appreciate, I've seen in the schools. We have a Zen room in our school. It's been really effective. The Hawk program has been really effective. Getting our students housed has been really effective. The Ozone House has been just such a godsend. The Student Advocacy Center, over and over.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
So those parts are where we should put our money.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Darnisha Green.
Okay, please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Yes, my name is Darnisha Green. I live in the city of Romulus. I am a homeowner of a home in the city of Ypsilanti, and I work for Washtenaw Intermediate School District. I am the supervisor of the Bridge Mental Health Clinical School-Based team, where we have 31 clinical social workers who work in our 9 local districts. And I just wanted to highlight our partnership with our community mental health team, Lisa Gantz and Trish Cortez. I just wanted to highlight, some of the work we're doing with them, and being grateful for the match dollars for our initiatives. A little background, I have a certification in special ed as well. I have worked in the city of Ypsilanti, and I am 3 generations strong in Washtenaw County. And so I have seen the need for school-based mental health for some time now. As a school social worker and a clinician working both inpatient and outpatient, I've always pushed for mental health services in schools. And without this millage match, we would have never seen it come into full play like we have now. And so being able to supervise this team has brought me great hope and a desire for to be able to be a change agent, providing mental health services to our 9 local districts. We have outstanding clinicians who have served over 220 referrals within the last school year. We're providing comprehensive mental health supports, both individual, group therapy. We've had all types of referrals that you can think of, but I'm going to talk about the 3 main referral sources that we've received, which is grief and loss. We're working with children who are highly chronically absent and truant, and then children who have had just negative life events that have occurred. So those have been our top referral needs. We're doing care coordination. We also are supporting the development of behavioral intervention strategies. We're working with MTSS teams, multi-tiered support systems, interconnected system framework. So we're working alongside our principals and our building administrators to try to develop more foundational principles around breaking down the stigmas around mental health and just creating cultures and climate that are engaging the holistic approaches to student wellness. We also provide interagency mental health support and crisis intervention and transition support. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm going to keep talking. And so we're providing supports for transition services for
And your time
children.
is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ashley, do we have anybody else online?
No, Chair, we do not.
Okay, last call for anybody else in the room. Otherwise, I'm about to close. Oh,
Sorry, just had a hand raised by Francine Alexander.
okay. Please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing.
Thank you all. I want to repeat things and underscore things I've heard from the many people in the room. I feel a false sense of urgency. I have gotten no explanation that I've heard that makes any sense for why this must happen now on this short time frame. I believe we have time to clearly decide what services are really needed and where dollars will go at a level we did not have that time, as I recall, in 2017. There was creative, savvy, fast work to pull together the millage in 2017. I know that for CMH, the majority of the specifics came through the listening tour they did following the passage of the millage in 2017. I do not know that the sheriff, I never knew that the sheriff did that. CMH did. We need accountability, people have said, year over year for those services, not just on the programs and services offered. We have heard powerful stories of the effect of some of these millage dollars, but I, as a citizen, a neighbor, don't understand how much of the money has gone to them. I don't know how many numbers have been served by those programs. And in almost 0 cases have I heard of the outcomes from those programs and services. What really works? What lives have been nurtured, lifted, transformed, or saved? And what data, what's beyond anecdotes, do we have about what is really working from these investments? We have time to set up that structure and those systems and to set up accountability that is needed. I want to say the last thing, decoupling these shows respect for what it means to communities of color, for families of people and loved ones with mental illness, what the interaction means with law enforcement for them to receive services or to have these really be seen together, I think denies their experience and needs to be separate. The needs for mental health and addressing social determinants of health with housing, stable food, supported education. That is what our community is seeking. The sheriff receives a large budget and needs to get creative within that existing budget. I believe he can, they can, she can. Please help us get creative here.
Thank you. Ashley, anybody else online? Okay, anybody else in the room? I'm gonna close the public hearing in a moment here. Closing the public hearing. All right. Well, thank you all for coming to participate in the public hearing. We appreciate the feedback. That was the first time I had to gavel because got off topic with the public hearing. It doesn't usually happen, so I have to be more vigilant now. It's a learning experience. How are we feeling, friend? Do we need a break or no break? Okay, we'll keep it going. All right, we'll move into appointments. We have none today. Going to the consent agenda. So I would say would somebody like to move the consent agenda? Okay, support. Okay, we did get one communication that I had marked as received but not acknowledged. This one was, I felt like, on the bubble, and I can give you some of the high points in case you want to look in board portal about it. It is a resolution from Lapeer County Board of Commissioners designating Lapeer County a freedom to homeschool county. I read through it and there's just, it just didn't, I don't know. I had some concerns about it. I thought you all might have some concerns about it. That's why we have this new process. Thanks to Bryce for flagging it for me. If you guys want to change it, you're welcome to change it. I can read the resolution if you'd like. Nope. Okay, you're just going to trust my judgment on this one. That's you, and you're like you agree with the judgment on that one. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, yes, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I don't usually obviously have anything to ask about the consent agenda, but I was curious about the fourth quarter administrative authority budget adjustments that are listed on there.
Okay.
I don't know if we could get like a brief explanation of what those are.
Maybe the administrator.
Catherine is here.
I did read through them,
Yeah.
but they're fairly high level on the budget, so I wanted to better understand what those were about.
Yeah, so one at tonight's year and preliminary year-end report, there is a slide on it, but primarily there were for facilities and IT, a number of 2022 expenses that we didn't receive the invoices for until 2023. So just a planned use of fund balance because the funding fell to fund balance. There is an ARPA one from the interest earnings, and that's just for Kelly's time. Thank you. Forgot to bring my copy with me. For Kelly's time administering the ARPA program. And then water resources and then materials management both created new positions last year with revenues that they were already receiving. And so that was just a budget adjustment, keeping in alignment with their revenues and their salaries and fringes so that they were all whole for the audit. Does that help?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
Yes, it does help. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood the last few lines correctly. So those are positions that were created. And I see, for example, where it says materials management, increased revenue to offset additional position. Are those actual revenue increases that we received, or are we like budgeting in anticipation of increased revenues?
They were in alignment with trends. So we established that we were already receiving them. I don't know. And I think we
You said you're going to
yeah.
present it later, right?
Yes, and I will.
Okay, we can.
I think the Water Resources Commissioner is here, so I will go and make sure I have that.
Then we
for
can
you
talk
later.
at the end of the meeting.
Okay,
Sounds good.
perfect.
All right, thank you, Chair.
All right, would anybody like to pull any for separate consideration? All in favor of approval of the consent agenda? Aye. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, pass consent agenda. Fantastic. Okay, moving on into resolutions. Before I ask for a motion on that, I will let you know that I'm going to pull under single reading items F and items K. They need some more work after talking to the team, and they're just, not fully baked yet, so they need to cook a little longer, and we'll have them ready hopefully for the next board meeting. So we are not considering those ones at this time. All right, would somebody like to move the resolutions, let's see, first reading resolutions, somebody? We're gonna likely go into closed session to discuss item K, or what would have been item K. Commissioner Labar.
Great. Chair, on the first reading, move a resolution approval to exceed $10,000 limit as it relates to baseline lake level. B, the resolution directing the Board of Public Works to undertake the improvement projects for Pleasant Lake. C, a resolution directing Board of Public Works to take the improvement project for Whitmore Lake. D, a resolution accepting the responsibility of materials management planning as the county approval agency under Public Works. E, a resolution ratifying the electronic grant application for FY 2024 adult treatment court grant from the trial court. F, a resolution accepting the Laura and John Arnold Foundation grant from the Sheriff's Office. And then, Chair, I believe you pulled item K. So item G, a resolution updating the Washtenaw County travel policy. And I believe that's it for first reading.
For the first reading, right? Yeah, the items I pulled were the single reads, the F and the K. For single reads, so you didn't have anything to do with that yet. You'll probably raise your hand to do those ones too. Anybody want to pull any for separate consideration? No? Okay, discussion. Can we pull items F and G? We can pull items F and G. Okay. Can we talk about the other ones? We're going to talk about the other ones now. Any questions about any of the other ones excluding? Well, anybody else want to pull any besides F and G? Nope. Okay, let's discuss all the other ones. Yes? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Sorry if this is like too detailed. Having served on the Board of Public Works, I need a memory refresher on item A. In terms of the method in which I assume that we're hiring this legal counsel to help us with the actual creation of the district and the setting of the lake level. Is that right, Commissioner?
To some extent, the primary reason for hiring outside legal counsel is primarily to shepherd us through the legal system with a very specific procedural thing from Part 307 of Act 351. We've already got a district, but we've got to modify it. We've got a couple other modifications that are based on a recent Supreme Court case. And, the dam's been in there since the 60s. We're doing some tweaks and upgrades, but the bottom line is a chunk of the dam broke. But these other issues are causing us to say, well, we need to go back to the court to tighten up the legal lake level order, and outside counsel is specialists in this particular area.
Just a small follow-up. Does this mean that we're changing the lake level?
The lake level will not change. That's the one thing we're not looking to change. The primary thing we need to do is identify in there that actually the weather might cause us to be 1/8 of an inch off on the lake level. And unfortunately, a recent court decision said 1/8 of an inch is not okay. There's no humans that can control that type of thing when either it's dry or wet. So, yep. So we just need to go back to the court that basically says if there's bad weather and there's certain particular language that the legal counsel will recommend for that. And just so you know, at the same time, the Livingston County Board of Commissioners is also considering a very similar recommendation because this is joint with Livingston. We both have to kind of be marching in the same direction. So also having legal counsel that can work and represent both of the counties has been helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments about any of the items excluding F and G? Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, I did have a question on item D as well. This is the materials management plan. I don't know if Theo's here. Oh yeah, there's Theo. Hey Theo. So this is, building off of some recent changes that were made. And I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly what we're actually doing here. So can you walk us through it? We're designating ourselves basically as the CAA.
Yep.
And then we're also designating the Board of Public Works as something, and we're designating you as something. But basically help me to understand, like, what are the decisions that are going to be made by you and the Board of Public Works versus what are the decisions that are going to be coming back to the board for approval? That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Sure. So
You are accepting the primary responsibility. You have the general authority, so you have the ultimate approval of the plan. So you initiate the process to say, yes, we want to take that on and we want to plan. If you don't accept that responsibility, the municipalities can take that up, SEMCOG can take that up, there's alternatives. Or if nobody takes it up, then the state creates a plan and you live with it. So you forfeit the opportunity to plan. The designated planning agency, they essentially are the ones who are making things happen. So they're the worker bees, and then they have a primary contact, and that would be designating me as the primary contact to make sure that things are moving forward. And so we're keeping things going because there's a lot of deadlines. It's a fairly complex process.
So the BPW will basically help create the plan with you, and then we will approve the plan at the BOC, or how does that work?
The designated planning agency is essentially the middle person where they're making sure that the materials management planning committee that the Board of Commissioners would appoint, that they're progressing through things. And so the first level of oversight goes to the Board of Public Works as the designated planning agency. And then if that's not if things are not progressing, then it would go to the Board of Commissioners. So there's a couple of layers of authority.
Okay, and then the last question I had was, can you explain the piece about there was something about an elected official being appointed, and we have to like wait a certain period of time, and the chair would serve in the interim until, did I read that correctly?
So until you file a notice of intent, the chair would be the person who'd be the responsible party to do certain things, and that's communicate with, filling out the notice of intent. But they're on the Materials Management Planning Committee. Once that gets formed, an elected county official is required to be on that.
And do we appoint that person, or is it?
Yes, the Board of Commissioners appoints the Materials Management Planning Committee.
And it
And
can be,
I've heard that there's a member who's on the Board of Public Works liaison who would be interested in that.
cool, that's awesome.
very
I just
well
didn't know,
suited
I
for
didn't
it.
know if it was like one of us, or if it was like Evan, or who, what type of elected official they meant by that, but I'm happy with, obviously, I think Jason would be great for that. Unsolicited, but there we go. So, okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for explaining all that.
Yeah, I mean, at the appropriate time, I intend to have the point Commissioner Machewski. He's super excited about it. Like, the excitement level is like, it's all the way up here.
Palpable, you can
Yeah.
tell all the way from here.
Yeah, it's palpable. You should see some of the emails he sent about it, like, oof. Okay, good. Any other questions from anybody about any of the items, excluding the two that were pulled? No, okay. It's a first read, so it is a voice vote. All in favor of approval of those resolutions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay, all those passed. Great. Now we're gonna go on to F. F was pulled for separate consideration. Does anybody want to say anything about F? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been quiet for the whole meeting. so
I know. I mean, you were
deserve a
saving it
little
up
bit
for
of-
this
Yeah,
moment here.
exactly.
It's fine.
Right. Do we have anybody from the sheriff's office here to answer questions, or?
Is anybody from the sheriff's office online to answer questions?
Not that I see, Chair.
Not that you see, Chair. Is anybody in administration willing to answer questions on this one? Maybe not. Well, why don't you say?
I guess I'll start by saying, I think it's extremely poor form to not have the person that's introducing something be here to answer questions. I think it's disrespectful to the board. I'm not aiming this at any of my colleagues, but I think it's disrespectful to not have somebody here if you have something before us on our agenda. And so I don't know where the sheriff's office is, but I think this is an important item. It seems minor, but any item that's before us is important. And so I'm disappointed, to say the least, because I had another question for the sheriff's office as well. So my concern primarily here is, I read a little bit about the agreement. So my understanding, this is an analytics program for the body worn camera system that basically goes in and evaluates the interactions that our law enforcement agents have with members of the public. It sounds like to me from my reading of our cover letter that this agreement is already in place. Basically, that the sheriff's office has already entered into an agreement with this company to provide services. Trulio is the company name. And that this grant was part of the initial agreement that was made, that basically this foundation, I guess, run by Laura and John Arnold, who I have no idea who those people are, but that they're apparently giving us money to basically pay for the first 2 years of this program. And we're basically receiving the grant to offset it. But I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the program itself. Just open their website to check it out. And I'll just read some of the things that it says on the website. So it says, what are the problems that they're trying to solve by doing this program? It says the problem, young officers across the nation lack the training and coaching resources to be successful. Random review wastes supervisor time and fails to surface any positive interactions. Departments have no way to quantify good policing besides the lack of negative events. And so I just, as I'm reading this website, it seems to me, and so then if you go to the front page of it, it says, for officers, Trulio tells you your story with clips and reels of highly professional interactions automatically generated for your chain of command. For chiefs, improved training and celebration with Trulio's virtual FTO and virtual PIO powered by true data. For elected officials, highlight excellent service in your community while protecting privacy. So my concern is, I believe in accountability, and what this feels like to me is more like basically propagandizing, and just selecting, cherry picking the good law enforcement interactions for basically PR purposes. That's, to me, what this website is telling me that this corporation does. And so I would love for somebody from the sheriff's office to tell me I'm wrong about this, but that's just what I'm reading. And so I don't really have a way of voting against this contract, but because it sounds like it's already done. But I have concerns, and I would have loved somebody to be here to help answer and satiate those concerns.
We'll make sure someone's here for, assuming this passes first reading, we'll make sure someone's here for final reading of
Okay,
that one.
I plan to vote no on the first reading because nobody's here to answer my questions, so.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Scott.
I just have a procedural question about having a grant for us to approve on a contract that's already been signed.
That's a legal question, I think.
I think it is.
I'm not a lawyer. I do play one on TV sometimes. Michelle.
Well, if the grant is not approved, then it would just increase the contract amount, the amount that we have to pay for.
What's the
So the contract,
grant amount? Are we under the amount on the contract that needs to come before us at the Board of Commissioners? Can you remind me of what that number is?
It is $150,000 over the course of the term.
just Julio's contract is 100. It was 120, they gave us a $20,000 discount for being a pilot program. So it's 100,000, so it's paying for the whole amount.
Right. I'd have to bring up the policy because I have to look at it every time. We have to do a 7-day review because it is so specific. So I can do that though.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, I see you. I'm just waiting. Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm gonna vote no on first reading, but I hope we have some more clarity at the next meeting and that might change. Thanks.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and, Bryce, I want to do it as a roll call just because it'd be easier. Probably for you, it'd be easier.
It would. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh, okay, motion carried. All right, well, that passed first reading. All right, you never know which ones are gonna be dicey here. All right, let's go on to G. It's a resolution updating the Washtenaw County travel policy from finance. It was pulled. Anybody like to have a question, make a comment? Commissioner Robbie.
Sorry, guys. I guess you know, as I read the changes, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I believe the document labeled draft policy 5.1.1 is the one that highlights the changes that were made. Is that correct? All I see is the addition of 2 lines in this. And I would just love for whoever drafted this to kind of explain how they see this as like what they see it doing, basically the 2 lines that were added. How does it help?
Yeah, someone's gonna speak to this.
Tina?
I'm here.
Tina's gonna speak to it. Tina?
Here.
All right, Tina.
So the policy hasn't been updated since 2007, and we've had a wealth of conversation internally and externally. And it has been applicable to the procedure, but we need the policy changes to take effect before the procedure can be routed internally. So really, all it's doing is encouraging the best practices with regard to the use of county credit cards for traveling expenses versus the use of the standard per diem rates as published by the IRS, the General Services Administration. So I hope your version is color coordinated and the text or narrative that was added is in red font. Is that true?
Yeah, there's like the 2 sentences that were added. I mean, basically what I'm seeing is you've added more detail to
Yes,
like
for just the clarification of what to prioritize as a credit card expense versus prioritize use of the per diem and the special travel expense report.
Thank you. And this is just me being ignorant because none of us have credit cards or, well, we don't have credit cards. I don't know about per diem, but how does that work internally for county staff? Like what's the difference between the 2? Like when would you use one versus the other?
A credit card is to kind of make operations more efficient. So online purchases instead of within, procurement guidelines, more so than use for travel. We should be utilizing per diem rates and special travel forms to get, you fill out, if you're going to travel, you fill out the meals, how you're getting there. You get the money up front and then you settle it after the fact. But then there's no reconciliation of making sure that if you're charging a meal on a credit card, that it is within the per diem rate. So there's a lot of administrative work to audit that. So it's trying to make that more efficient.
For the per diem rates, essentially you're applying in advance for what you think you're going to spend on your travel. And then somebody reviews it and says, yep.
Yes, it's within the guideline, yes.
Okay. And is that, so that isn't done though for the credit card expenditures?
Well, it's not true. Business purpose and the reason should be stated regardless of the method you're using, whether it's a credit card or if you're using the special travel form.
Tina, just the one added, Tina and I spent a lot of time on this policy, and we are really trying to move our organization towards using the per diem rate instead of a credit card for travel purposes. It's certainly a cleaner way for us to operate. And it does represent a shift from the way some of us have been using travel. I'll use myself as an example. When I travel, I've used my credit card extensively for my travel, and this will force me to use the per diem rate, and it'll be much cleaner for us to reconcile on the back end.
Just one last curiosity question on my end is the item B. This is not a change that was made, but I'm just curious where it says travel shall include local and non-local travel. How do we determine, I assume that for IRS purposes, everybody has a home office in the county somewhere, and that travel outside of your home office, you're pointing at something. Maybe I should let Commissioner Scott talk.
Well, go ahead, Commissioner Scott. What are you pointing at? I know you wanted to say something a minute ago.
I'm pointing at the Washtenaw County meal and travel expense procedure, which it identifies your tax area as local and not local, if I'm correct about that. Is that right, Tina?
Yeah, that is correct. And also the IRS website lets you know what the per diem rates by wherever you're traveling to are.
The per diem rates, I just want to clarify a question that Commissioner Robbie asked. Is that something you apply for ahead of time, or that's something you get reimbursed for upon a return?
You can do it either way, but most people planfully do apply beforehand.
Okay.
And then there's a settlement process in the back end if for some reason they have to spend more or whatever. But they still have to provide a ton of documentation and backup.
Right, because when I look at the meal and travel expense procedure, last updated April 2022, you're not saying you're changing procedure in that document. Or
Not
just
your
doing-
policy document.
Yeah.
We have proposed changes to the procedure, but we need the policy updated before we can route the procedure changes to department heads.
And will that procedure come back to us or no?
I don't think so. No, it's a 20-day review. I'm looking at Michelle for procedures are a 20-day review, correct?
Correct.
Michelle?
Procedures would not come to the board for approval.
How do you anticipate this travel policy changing the procedures?
Well, actually, we drafted procedural changes first, and then that generated the policy change that's before you.
So what procedural changes are happening?
Brady, I thought they got the procedures as part of their packet.
I was
Oh,
just
yeah,
gonna
here.
suggest that we bring those procedural changes back to this body at the next board meeting for final reading.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to pass this through in the first reading, I'm fine to do that, but I'd like to see, we have the cover letter, a resolution, the draft and the final policy, but I don't see anything that necessarily shows me in that 2022 procedure list, either in the Washtenaw County Meal and Travel Expense Procedure or the Washtenaw County Credit Card Holder Guidelines and Agreement as of November 28th, 2012, how those procedures change based on this policy. That would be helpful.
So yeah, the intent was the procedures were supposed to be part of the packet, so I apologize.
Best laid plans. It's okay. We can get it for the second reading.
We'll make sure that you have them in advance of the second reading.
Thank you.
I'm encouraged by everybody using board portal. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. I'm not encouraged then. Thank you. Okay. You said, what are you pointing at? Well, Commissioner Robbie was like mid his thing and then Commissioner Scott jumped in, so I want him to be able to finish. I mean, he, yielded to you, but I want to,
Chair, I'm fine with others commenting. I do have one last question unrelated to my previous line of thinking, so I'm fine with you.
but on the same topic or different topic?
Same thing we're voting.
Yeah, no, you go
Okay.
ahead, please.
All right, my last question was just trying to better understand the approval process of once a per diem is submitted or credit card expenses are submitted, how are those approved up the chain? Is it the immediate supervisor? Is it the department head? Okay, so both sign off basically, and then it's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now you got one, Commissioner Severell. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is more of like a budget. So is there, for departments, is there a specific line for staff travel in each department budget?
So yep, there's usually travel line, there's employee development, professional development conferences and conventions line items, yes.
And like every department has that?
I think every department and an elected office.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Sanders, did you have a hand? Okay, I thought maybe you're. Well, now I'm curious. Okay, anybody else? Nope. All right, well, this one's still is a voice vote. We're gonna roll with a voice vote on this one, Bryce. I feel right about it. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None, all right. Great. We will discuss this in greater detail at our next meeting. All right, now I'm gonna look for somebody to move the final readings, single readings, and approval of claims. Commissioner Labar, thought it might be you.
Chair, under final reading, a resolution accepting the weatherization assistance program through OCED. B, a resolution authorizing the grant application to support brownfield activities for the 300 North Zeeb Development Project in SIO. Under single reading, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign the Michigan State Police Sexual Assault Kit Initiative grant application from the prosecuting attorney's office. B, authorization to exceed the $10,000 maintenance limit on Whitmore Lake. And C, a resolution approving the 2024 Washtenaw County Equalization Report from Equalization, which involves our beloved Raman Patel. And then Resolution D, resolution recognizing Raman Patel for his 53 years of service to the county. E, a resolution appointing Samuel Chris Spang as Equalization Director. F, a resolution establishing millage reporting requirements. G, a
No, no,
resolution.
we pulled that one.
Thank you.
Or I
G, a resolution proclaiming May 5th through 11th as International Compost Awareness Week. H, proclamation recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and recognizing Taiwanese American Heritage Week and the 21st anniversary of the Michigan Taiwanese American Organization. I, a resolution requesting the Michigan legislature support a significant increase for funding for Michigan 211 in the fiscal year 2025 budget. J, a resolution declaring May 1st as Older Michiganians Day in Washtenaw County. K.
Nope.
Thank you. And approval of claims.
Thank you. Is there a second? All righty. Pull any for separate consideration, friends? None? All right, discussion on any of these? I think we're gonna get the equalization report now, right? But is yours, is it equalization? Go ahead. I just want to see what you have to say. I do want to say, I want to know. Curious. Okay.
Thanks. That's why I have a couple of quick questions. One
Okay.
is, why are we doing single reading on this lake thing, but we did first reading on the other ones? Is there?
The lake one was more time sensitive, but somebody
Okay.
could explain the time sensitive.
It's not a big
nature.
deal. It's fine.
I know how you feel about those, and we're not
I
throwing
do.
them on there unless they are time sensitive or there's like a good reason.
Okay, and the only other thing I wanted to quickly say too, I know we didn't, it's not technically moved as part of the agenda, but I just wanted to give folks a heads up that the item F that was pulled, resolution establishing millage reporting requirements. This is building off of a discussion that we had at our last meeting when we voted to approve all of our millages. And I've been working with the chair and Andrew and Michelle and Greg on developing basically a resolution that would apply to all of our millages that we voted on around reporting requirements. And, you know, we were at a spot where we actually had pretty good language going, but we had completed it essentially like last night or the night before. And so in the interest of giving everybody enough time to review it before we voted on it, we decided to not act on it today. So I just want you all to know that, you know, we're in a good spot on it and it will be hopefully coming to the next meeting based on the work we've done, so.
And same is true for K. I mean, they just need a little bit more time to cook. People needed more time to review them. Okay, that was it. All right, well, Ramon, time. Equalization time. He is online.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Hey, good evening. Hey there.
Yes. Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today, I'm proud to present to your review Washtenaw County's 66th Annual Equalization Report. It has been my honor to work on 53 such report in my career here. I would like to thank the Commissioner, administration, supervisors, assessors, Board of Review, and my associates in Equalization Department for their support. Here is the Washtenaw County 66th Annual Equalization Report. I will now review the equalization slides and present my recommendation. Next. Next. Now here is my recommendation for the 2024 equalization. Agriculture is 639 million, which is 8.21% increase. Commercial, 6.2 billion, which is a 5.71% increase. Industrial, we have a 647 million, which we have lost the industrial property because of class transfer. Property has gone on a different classification. Residential, I'm recommending 21.7 billion, which is increase of 11.24% this year. You can see that this year alone, we have an increase in equalized value 2.1 billion in a residential property. Now also let you know that residential property is almost 70% of the total property in Washtenaw County. Developmental, 10,132,000, which also have a negative figure, but those property been transferred to the different classes. Personal property, we have a 1.2 billion, which is an increase of 3.82%. So total county equalized value, I'm recommending 30,617,226,289, which gives the 9.33% increase in 2024. You can see that total increase was 2.6 billion. So if you double that, that is your market value increase this year in Washtenaw County. Next. Here is the history for the 10 years. We started with the 4.7% increase. Now last year we had a 7.56% increase, and this year have a more increase, 9.33%. This is the equalized value. This is not the taxable value. We do not equalize the taxable value. We calculate the taxable value. Next. Now, next one, I have information about the taxable value. Now, taxable value, these taxable values are all tentative taxable value until the 4th Monday in May. Once the state equalization happens, then it becomes a final taxable value if there is no action by the State Tax Commission. So when we calculated the taxable value, so this year taxable value is going to be 7.02%, which is a higher than last year. 6.88% was the last year taxable value. So you can see that from 2014, from 2% all the way to we went up to the 7.02%. This is the taxable value. We're going to be collecting the property tax. Everyone going to be collecting the property tax. Next one. Now, this slide is very important for the county. You can see that on left-hand side is equalized value, and the right-hand side is a taxable value. Now, also something new in this report that I have included the Manchester City this year. Now, we used to call the 24 unit of governments in Washtenaw County. We no longer have a 24 unit. We used to have a 4 city and a 20 township. Now we have a 7 city and 20 township. And we have arranged everything for the Manchester City to have their own assessment role. So do the Dexter City has their assessment role. Everyone has their own assessment role. So they can go ahead and levy their property tax. And these are the portion of their portion of the equalized value as well as the taxable value. Next. Now the next slide is for all our school district. We have a 19 school, K-12 school. And this is their portion of the equalized value and taxable value. We are giving them tonight. It will be published in our website, and they can have all this taxable value. Then they can go ahead and levy their property tax. In the middle of the page, you see the community colleges. We have 3 community colleges in Washtenaw County. At the bottom, we have an intermediate school district. We have a 7 intermediate school district in Washtenaw County, and it is their portion of the SCV and the taxable value. Next. Also, you see the villages. We have only 1 village left, which is a Barton Hill village. We used to have a Manchester village, we have a Dexter, we have a Chelsea village. They all become a city now. So we have only one village left, is the Barton Hill village, which is the part of the Ann Arbor Township. Also, we have authorities. You can see that we have 5 different authorities that they have as county equalized value as well as the taxable value. Now you're gonna see that when I talk about the equalized value, we may talk about the county equalized value or state equalized value. Right now, we are setting the county equalized value, and the 4th Monday in May, when this equalized value goes to the state and state approves the Board of Commissioner equalized value, then it becomes a state equalized value if there is no changes. That's why we have everything tentative taxable value. At the bottom of the page, you see all the libraries. We have 9 libraries now. They levy the property tax, and it is their SCV and taxable. Next. Now this is the MRF, millage reduction fraction for the Washtenaw County only. Fortunately, this year, when we calculated the millage reduction fraction, it came out to be 1. In other words, we don't have to reduce our millage rate. We can levy the same millage rate what we levied last year if the Board of Commissioners decides that way. If you wanted to lower the less than 4.35, you can do that. But if you wanted to levy higher than 4.35, we have to go to the voters for the approval. But we can have a same millage rate. And here's the entire calculation for the millage rate. Next. Now you see that 66 years of history. And this is the equalized value as well as the taxable value. We started in a county with the 562 million. After 66 years, we have a now 30 billion in SCV. Now, if you look at the last 50 years of record on a SCV in this county, we have an average of 6% increase per year. That is our average on a state equalized value, 6% per year for last 50 years. Next. Also, you see this one, that which way we are going in Washtenaw County. Now, the upper line is the county equalized value and bottom one is the taxable value. Because we have a separate line on a taxable value, because since we have a proposal A, that we levy on a taxable value, not on a county equalized value. Next. This slide shows that upper line is assessed value, which is a county equalized value, and the bottom one is the taxable value. Before 1994, we used to levy on a county equalized value. Now we have to levy everything on a taxable value. I mean, all the schools, cities, township, everyone has to levy on a taxable value. But if you see the bottom, that because of since proposal A, all the taxpayer got the 24% savings on their property tax, because now they are paying on a taxable value instead of market value on assessed value. This is the impact of the proposal A and a Headley. Next. Now, this is the slide which I have given you to have a pretty good understanding about the county-wide. Our responsibility is to create the tax base for the Washtenaw County, and that tax base is been shared by every governmental units. We have about the 78 units, they levy the property tax. And when we levy the property tax in July and December, this is the final result comes out. that much levy we have. Last year, we have a levy almost $1 billion. Again, 50 years ago, we started with a $60 million. Now, $60 million, now after 50 years, we have a more than $1.1 billion this year in a Washtenaw County. Now, out of 1.76 million, you can see the last year, 53% went to the school, 23% went to the local unit of government, cities and township, 14% went to the Washtenaw County government on the general fund, 6.7% went to the community college, and a 3.5% went to the libraries. So altogether, we had a levy of $1 billion last year. That was increased $59 million in 1 year. And I expect that one going to be increased this year more than 60 million. Once we have a apportionment report done in November. Now, why we do the equalization? That is the reason we do the equalization. So make sure that all the properties in Washtenaw County, all our taxpayers make sure that there is all the assessment being done uniformly, equitably, and no more than 50% of the market value. That is the purpose of the equalization. Purpose of the equalization is not that how much we're going to get our general fund. No, that is not the purpose of the equal. It is by statute, it is by the Constitution that make sure we equalize the county based on uniformity, equity, and no more than 50% of the market value. That is required by Constitution and required by the general property tax law for every county. And that's what we are doing here. The next one, you can see that this is the slide only for the Washtenaw County government. This is our levy is going to be this year. Last year, we have a 9.5 million. This year, I'm expecting the 10.4 million new revenue coming into the general fund. Plus, there will be $1 million more on a reimbursement of the personal property. Once I'm done with the May 31st, before May 31st, I have to report to the state, and we may get the plus minus $1 million on a return of the personal property losses, which we have this year. So I expect that total revenue is going to be about 11 and 11.5 million this year. Okay. So now, Commissioner, I'll take any question you have.
Excellent. Riveting. All right, do we have any questions right now? All right. I'm going to do something after this, but go ahead.
I loved the last slide. The shadow reminded me of word art. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ramon. It's a little unusual since you're not here. But you may have noticed on the agenda, we do have a resolution to honor you and the many, many years of service here. So I'm going to read it. And then when you are back here with us, we are going to do something to honor you here. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. So this is a resolution honoring Ramon Patel for exemplary service to Washtenaw County. Whereas Ramon Patel dedicated 53 years of service to Washtenaw County, all of which were within the Department of Equalization and Property Description. And whereas Mr. Patel immigrated to the United States with no job prospects, but through striving to learn and improve his understanding of the assessment process, went on to build an enduring career leading the Washtenaw County Equalization Department and the service of the Board of Commissioners. And whereas Mr. Patel has served as Washtenaw County Director of Equalization on an employee basis from 1988 to 2010, and as Director of Equalization on a contractual basis from 2010 through the present. And whereas Mr. Patel is the longest serving Director of Equalization in the history of both Washtenaw County and the state of Michigan. And whereas Mr. Patel has held the International Certified Assessment Evaluator designation, holds the Senior Residential Appraiser designation, holds the state of Michigan appraisal license, holds the Michigan Master Assessing Officer designation, the highest level of certification available in the state of Michigan. And whereas Mr. Patel was previously appointed to serve on the State Assessor Board under 2 Michigan governors, including 10 years served as vice chair. And whereas Mr. Patel worked to establish positive and productive working relationships with the assessment administration community, local units of government within Washtenaw County, other county equalization departments, the state tax commission, and beyond. And whereas under his leadership, Washtenaw County Equalization Department has received recognition from the Michigan Assessors Association on multiple occasions. And whereas Mr. Patel's leadership, dedication, knowledge, and experience have built, sustained, and established a legacy of a department committed to providing world-class service to the residents of Washtenaw County and all those who rely upon a fair and accurate property tax system. Now therefore be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby honors Vermont Patel for his exemplary service to Washtenaw County and its residents, commends him for his unwavering and enthusiastic devotion to ensuring fairness and equity in assessments in the interest of the taxpayer, and wishes him the best of luck in all future endeavors. Congratulations. Thank you so much for all of your years of service. When you're back with us, we will have the fantastic framed resolution and do some other things. So round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
We're all standing. We're all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, I have to say the few words.
Yeah, please say a few words, and I'm sure everyone here would like to say some words as well.
Yes, yes.
Yes, please, go ahead.
First of all, let me thank you, all the commissioner. I was so privileged to assist the almost 95 commissioner so far in my working here, along with the 8 administrator. And I've been blessed that you have a full support to the equalization department, and we really appreciated that. So thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate that, and wish you all the luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, friends. Commissioner Robbie.
I think a lot of us are going to want to say something, but hopefully you haven't gone away anywhere yet. But I just wanted to take a few moments to reflect and thank you for all that you've done for this organization and for the commitment that you've made to Washtenaw County, which is, I believe, is unparalleled. I mean, 53 years. I don't know how long the longest serving employee has worked for the county, but that is certainly a substantial amount of time. Before I go into my comments, I just wanted to say that 53 is a special number to me personally, because when I was in the legislature, I represented the 53rd district. So 53 years is the perfect amount of time to have served. It's also 20 years longer almost than I've been alive. So definitely you have accomplished so much. But I just wanted to quickly say too, when I started at this organization back in 2011, you and I met before I even became a commissioner, and you showed me the ropes. I mean, what you have done for 53 years is an incredibly complicated job, and you deal with numbers and assessing that, I mean, the whole breadth of your knowledge is unparalleled in the state of Michigan and maybe even in the country. The things that you know, the brain trust that you have, and frankly, the staff that you've been able to train to come on board and to do this work. What would the state have done without your expertise, without your brain power? It's not even just about Washtenaw County, it's about this whole state, because you have served on so many statewide boards. But when I started as a commissioner, you really took me under your wing and you showed me, this is what we do in my office. This is how we calculate these numbers. You dealt with my questions. And I remember, when you used to give your equalization reports, they would be a good 45 minutes of your presentation and then commissioner questions. And I remember when I sat in your office, I think we were there for about 3 hours, because you are so thorough. so in depth. You want to make sure that we all understand what it is that you do and what it is that we can expect as commissioners, and always making sure that we understand what our role in the process is, and the authority that we have. So, you know, and I too, I remember, you know, as I left the county board and became a state rep, and you wanted to get to know Jason Morgan a little bit better, you know, we set up that meal where we all got together and I introduced you guys, and we made Jason Morgan eat spicy food, even though he's allergic to spicy food. And, you know, and we were at Madras Masala, which is unfortunately, you know, burned down, very unfortunate incident, but has then reopened in my neighborhood, which I'm very excited about. But, you know, you and I have just developed such a special relationship over the years. And, you know, every time it's time for your equalization report, I'm just so excited for it. I'm excited to see you. I was disappointed that you're in the clouds, but just even hearing your voice today, you know, brought my spirits up. And it's just always a pleasure interacting with you. It always has been. And I hope that you take advantage of the time that you have now in your official retirement. I guess you already kind of retired and then stayed on contract for 20 or 15, 14 years.
Yes.
So what a retirement you've had so far. But actually, hopefully retiring and taking some time. It is beyond well-deserved. And you have absolutely served the people of Washtenaw County and the state of Michigan with poise, with thoroughness, and with absolute professionalism. And I commend and congratulate you on your many years of service. And thank you for all that you've done for the people of Washtenaw County.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, I think Administrator Dill wants to say some words.
Yeah, I'll try not to be redundant. Ramon, thank you so much for the service that you provided to the state of Michigan and to the residents of Washtenaw County. I just want to say to the board and to everyone listening, we are, as a community, so very fortunate to have your stabilizing hand on the equalization that happens in our community. We've never had to worry about it. We haven't had to worry about it for the last 50 plus years, and we are all so grateful for what you provided. And I will never, ever forget your counsel to me right before every equalization report that you've delivered while I've been the administrator. You have always shared with me what money we have and what money can be spent and what money we cannot spend. And your counsel was just invaluable as we move through this recommendation to the Board of Commissioners and our community. So I wish you the very best in your retirement. And our community has benefited greatly from your years of service and your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Commissioner Scott, got a hand there.
Ramon, I have a special place for you in my heart because I look forward to your reports every year because I think they're a model of professionalism and pride in your work. And also because you're my constituent. And so when you would come to talk to us, I would feel like he lives in my district and feel like an extra little sense of pride about that, which is maybe a little bit weird and geeky, but I felt that way. And I just want to thank you so much for that work that you've done and that commitment that you've shown to Washtenaw County, to the state of Michigan, which is ultimately a life of service. You have served in government, which is serving the people of this community and this state, and you have done it admirably and well. And you are a paragon and somebody to look up to. If we could all have a level of your professionalism and pride and work that you've shown over the years, the world would be a better place. So thank you so much, Ramon. And
thank you.
I can't wait to celebrate with you that you get to be retired. It's making me, I'm trying to be happy for you, but sad for us. But so thank you. Let's celebrate. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Nope. Okay. All right. We will look forward to celebrating with you when you are here with us. Thank you so much. I don't know if Chris wants to say anything. Yeah, come on down, Chris. I summoned you now.
I just want to acknowledge the positive impact that Ramon has had on the state and on the relationships in the county. And I hope that we can build on that and continue that level of excellence.
We look forward to working with you. Continue that level of excellence. Thank you. All right, wonderful. Any other questions about any of the resolutions, friends? Comments, discussions, item, you know? Keeping it cool here. If there are no other items, then I'm gonna ask Bryce to give me a roll call vote on this.
Commissioner Labar.
Yeah.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. All right, passed everything. Boom. All right, stay awake, friends. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're having a good time here. We're gonna move on to the report from the county administrator, and then we have closed session. So I'll say something about closed session a little bit here, but we're gonna do the report.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm joined this evening by our Director of Finance, Catherine Jones, author. We're going to give you the 2023 year-end report. The news is good. I want to say, as always, thank you so much to the organization for its discipline and for this body for its fiscal stewardship. I think the work that we do and the discipline that we display really does shine through for our community and all of its stakeholders. So Catherine will walk you through it. I'm certain there'll be questions that we will try to answer quickly tonight. And certainly will, in the coming weeks, we'll answer any other questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. So like Greg said, we'll be talking about the 2023 preliminary year-end update. It is pre-finalizing the audit, but it's there shouldn't be any changes after here. So for the general fund, like Greg said, there's very good news. The surplus is projected to be $14.6 million from 2023. There's a variety of reasons for that, but this does include that we had a planned use of fund balance, but at 12/31/22, the general fund balance was $49.9 million. This would make the projected fund balance $64.5 million. Though some of this is already committed to future stuff. So we'll go through that also. So looking again from third quarter projections to where we're at, there is a large swing of going from a projected shortfall to a large surplus. There's a number of unexpected things that happened in the fourth quarter for us. So, so some of those key things that created that large surplus, we've resolved some ongoing revenue that's been owed to the general fund. We had an extremely high interest as well as some surplus property taxes, which we're at levels that we also have not seen, at least in my tenure at the county. And then we basically were able to fully offset that planned use of fund balance that had been adopted last year. And then expenditures, we continued with our unprecedented vacancies. And then everyone loves to talk about accounting standards. There's an impact that we had with a new accounting standard, and it creates a variance to the budget. So I just want you all to know for in case you're tying everything out. So for the revenue variances, like I said, we've resolved some long-term revenue. There's FEMA. I'm just excited that we finally closed out our FEMA project from COVID, got an extra $120,000 from that. But then the bigger one is that we received our $8.6 million from the CMH for the deficit repayment. They still owe about $1.5 million. It's still outstanding, but we did receive the largest chunk of that. For taxes and interest earnings, our personal property tax reimbursement, which is how the state replaced personal property tax, came in about $500,000 above budget. And then property taxes also came in about $700,000. The property tax one is more due to the timing because of how our fiscal year aligns with this when the taxes are collected. We also did have an unprecedented year for interest earnings, where the general fund earned $1.7 million of surplus interest. We've not seen that amount in years, so we were not expecting that. And that's both the general fund and the treasurer's office. And then there's another piece of that that's called the market rate adjustment, where we just have to show the value of our investments, but it's just an accounting adjustment. So we mark it in our books and then it gets reversed out at the beginning of the fiscal year. And it's just required in the audit. And then lastly, we had that budgeted use of fund balance of $10 million. Only 7.9 million of it was spent. So there's a few items that are going to carry forward into 2024. On the expenditure front, the big story is the one we've been talking about all year. It's just the ongoing unprecedented vacancy rates. We see this showing up in 3 buckets, and then there's an extra savings for the personal services. So $5 million was surplus transfers out for non-general fund departments. This ties back to the policy change where we're trying to meet non-general fund departments in the middle of making sure they are supported for their programs, but we're not contributing to fund balance, and we're keeping those funds in the general fund so that it can be programmed by you all. The sheriff and the courts had $3.7 million of vacancy savings in just those 3 departments. And then the rest of the general fund had $3.5 million of vacancy savings. And then the last piece that makes up the personnel puzzle is that $1.4 million that was set aside for low wage earners and for nurses that we haven't yet been able to implement. The last piece is just a new accounting standard. So GASB is requiring us to basically account for any IT contracts now, whether or not we were planning on spreading them out over multiple years. So basically pulled future expenditures into 2022 and 2023. So the first part of this is we had to restate our 2022 fund balance. It got reduced down by $766,000. There's a net neutral. If you look at IT, it looks like they have a big surplus in revenue, a large shortfall in expenditures. Part of that is this asset that we had to create, and then the expenses being pulled forward. So we're still looking at what that means for the future now that we have this new standard and how we're going to be implementing that and making changes. Because it is hard, like a lot of times on IT, we do a 5-year service contract. It gets us a discount. It sounds great until you have to pay for 5 years of it in 1 year, and then it becomes a budget issue. So still looking into that. But for now, this is basically just a net accounting adjustment that we had to do. So what this does for fund balance, the first thing is we have these remaining unspent 2023 uses of fund balance. The plan is to carry those forward as uses of fund balance in 2024. There's a small portion for supporting young women, the treasurer bridge loan program for $392,000. We're just going through that throughout the year, making sure they have enough funds to continue issuing those bridge loans as they get the applications. And then we have $325,000, which is the remaining health non-structural general fund appropriation, which ties back to the $3 million that was allocated back during COVID. And then lastly, $1.4 million, which is the second year of the Human Services Transition Program that was approved in early 2023. So we're expecting all of these to be spent in 2024. The other component is all of our labor agreements that have been signed, as well as our proposals, include a TBD lump sum for 2024 based on the 2023 general fund surplus. So we're recommending that we allocate $8.6 million to that. That's tying back to the CMH repayment, since the thinking is those are resources that would have been available for employees if we had not had to do the deficit elimination plan. So there will be an item coming forward to ask you to actually officially allocate those funds, but this is the recommendation. And so then lastly, just talking about what that would do to fund balance and where we're looking to start 2024 out. We're basically ending the year, like I said, with $63.68 million. That's partly because we had to restate that 2022 fund balance amount. Using the carry forward fund balances brings us down to 61.5. And then if we allocate the 8.6 to the employee lump sums, we'd be down to $52.9 million, which is, I didn't keep up with my notes, sorry, which is 31.34% of the 2023 budget. So still above that 29% target that we have. So moving on, I wanted to first highlight all of the big differences. These are the slides that you all are used to seeing. So again, nothing new that we're not expecting to see on the general fund revenues. The biggest thing is our general operating millage. The general government includes those things like the interest earnings, the personal property tax reimbursement that I was talking about earlier. On the revenue surplus, just another look at all of the many different individual components. We see that use of fund balance of $8.4 million. The sheriff and trial court revenue shortfalls came in lower than we had feared, so that is also good news. And then again, just a reminder, in case anybody wanted to remember what the almost $10 million of planned use of fund balance went to, there's a number of things. Again, we did get over $7 million of this out the door. And we're working to get the rest of it out in 2024. Again, on the expenditure front, again, what we're used to seeing, public safety and justice ending the year at $82 million. Contract policing is broke out below. Support services came in the next largest at 22.9. Again, these are all looking like the proportions we're used to seeing, so there's nothing too notable from that front. This is just also letting you all see the final appropriations that were given to non-general funds. So we see that health and medical examiner was the largest appropriation that we made, followed by CMH. And human services, you do see the health and human services is where we're heavily weighting our non-general fund appropriations. And then in public safety and justice, that's where we're seeing child care fund and the public defender. For the expenditure surplus, again, this builds off of the earlier slide. We're seeing the surplus appropriations. We're seeing the general fund personal services. The courts and the sheriffs are, because of the agreements, their personal services savings go toward any operational shortfalls that they might have. So you'll see a smaller surplus for those, and that's just in alignment with those agreements. Other departments, all of their personal savings get lumped into that general fund personal services category. And again, then you'll see like IT has that shortfall. That's the accounting adjustment that we talked about earlier. And then admin had a shortfall, and that's due to a lot of the different board directed priorities and other areas we were trying to implement things, but is also fully offset by personal services savings. So the offset is up in a different category, and really they ended up with a very small shortfall. Non-general funds, primarily good news. A lot of our programs came in with a surplus. The ones that came in on budget are the ones we typically see of the child care fund, friend of court, prosecuting attorney. The shortfalls that we had from the large non-general fund programs, indigent defense just has to do with the timing of implementing the MIDC grant. There's no actual concerns on that front. It's just if you look, they're using a little bit of fund balance each year. Health had originally, when they brought their first budget and were planning to use $950,000 of health fund balance, they ended up only needing to use $63,000. The largest impact is their inability to recruit and hire, retain social workers, and then public health nurses, but they're working to fill those gaps. And then community corrections is one we all know we've been watching. They've been slowly using down their fund balance, which led to the increased investment in the 24 through 27 budget. Slide we've been waiting for, Q4 budget adjustments. So I know I talked about them earlier. To answer the two questions, so for water resources, the engineer review fee and drain contribution is driven by increased activity. The position that was created is their customer service specialist, so the person facing the public to help them process things. And then materials management, there's consent judgment that said the county had to create a new landfill, they had to run it, and it was the funding for that, running that landfill and creating a position to be able to do that work. So those are the big, so nothing was driven by changing fees to consumers. That's the piece I wanted to make sure I could say confidently. And then next steps, again, these are all the same items we've been trying to monitor. We're looking at clerk revenues. It's a big driver and indicator if we're facing a recession. We're still, you'd think after 4 years, we'd be feeling more confident at structural versus one-time marijuana revenue, but it keeps surpassing our expectations. Looking at court revenues, especially with the changes coming at the state level with the potential sunsetting, and then looking at fund balance availability, making sure we're not crossing that 29% threshold. And then expenditures, again, continuing to monitor inflation, fuel prices, and then personnel cost growth and the impact of vacancies. So last slide. Budget updates this year, I'll be back in June, on August and September, or November, and then November for Q3 with a year-end report about a year from now. For the 25 through 28 budget, we'll be bringing you a reaffirmation in the fall, September, October, but we're also continuing to move toward that program-based budgeting. We're working on a program review process to help get more of that program detail to get a little bit more granular than just departments and dollar amounts. It's a slow process, but we're working toward being able to get you all that information in a sustainable manner. And with that, I'm here for questions.
All right. Well, that was great. Thank you. We're gonna go to Commissioner Robbie first, because it was, I know you have something. Anyway, there's a follow-up to what you started, like began it earlier.
Right. I do love how you're holding double gavel.
We're double gaveling now.
I feel like somebody, Caroline, you gotta take that gavel back. I don't know what to tell you. All right. So on the materials management item, so that's revenue that we're getting. I thought that was revenue that we were getting from the landfill that we're then using to fund, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's money in and money out.
Yep.
And is that the same with the line before it?
That one's a little, I mean, yes and no.
Not from the landfill, but
It's not from the landfill, and but they had increased activity, so they needed additional front desk staff to be able to process all the stuff that's coming in. But they also, with all that activity, had more revenue so that we didn't have to increase general fund support to get that position.
Okay, great. That's what I was wondering. And then I did have another question too, Chair, if I could, on something else on there.
Yeah, go for it. Exhaust all your questions.
Okay. I don't know if I'll do that, but I'll at least, I have one more. On slide 7, unprecedented vacancies and unspent reserves. This is position vacancies, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess like this is sort of not a good thing in some ways. Like this means that we're not filling positions. Like, yes, it's saving us money, but it's means, and we heard this from staff like 6 months ago, when they showed up and told us that, people were doing 2 jobs or whatever. This is, I think, sort of the result of that. And so and I know that there's been several questions around this board of like, evaluating our vacancies and understanding what that means for our organization. I know Commissioner Scott has said that several times, to do, an analysis of that. But, what is the plan, I guess, for, are these hold vacant positions? Are there positions we're just having trouble filling? Are they, what's happening here? Help me understand.
Yeah, they're not hold vacant positions. If they're hold vacant, they become unbudgeted because we're not intending to fill them. And then to fill them, we have to find resources to budget them. So it's not the hold vacant positions. I think it's a complex, would you want to?
Yeah, well, let me lean into that and say, yes, this board has requested some attention on this item. We have started that process. I have in my possession what I call an aged vacancy report. It takes into account how long those positions have been vacant. And there are some secondary impacts that we are moving through as we come back to you all with recommendations around those positions, i.e. how do they impact the service delivery model? How do they impact the long-term needs of our community? As was indicated earlier, some of these positions are tied to services that our community sorely needs and we just can't fill. But also there are opportunities for us to look at this differently because as you all know, the resources that we're talking about today, they manifest themselves at the end of the year in a non-structural way. So right sizing your organization means that we're spending resources where they're needed, and we're not coming back at the end of the year with non-structural dollars that we then can't apply to structural either programming or in this case, as you all will hear in closed session, we are certainly mining for our opportunities to provide additional resources for our labor discussions. So this is a complicated thing. We've identified, I think, all total, and I'm looking at Brady right now, 180 positions. We're moving through that process. But again, that implies that we're going to have the appropriate conversations with our partners in the organization. Trial and district court represent a co-employer relationship. We don't want to cannibalize our ability to provide safe and effective law enforcement services. So those conversations are ongoing. It is a very complicated situation, and it is not just simply sweeping back 180 positions and saying that we're going to reprioritize it. So I know that's a complicated response. We are planning to come back to the board with a more detailed update around all of this. It is just taking some time to move through it.
I think that, thank you. I think the update should include too, like what is holding up our ability to hire some of these positions. I mean, what we heard from some of our CMH staff is that they're short-staffed, basically. And if we have open positions or we're not able to fill them, understanding why that is, I think some of us may inherently know why that is, but you know, why are we not filling these positions? What's holding us up? Because, yeah, I mean, what was said during the public comment, people having 15 minutes to deal with, you know, or to meet with their clients in CMH is that's not good. That's not helpful. And to have 60 plus 70, you know, folks that you're working with on your, you know, docket is it's overwhelming for people. And so I'm sure people are leaving the organization as a result of that too. But what's holding us up filling these positions? And I'm sure it's not just CMH. We heard it from other departments too. So, you know, while this is good from a budget perspective, it's bad organizationally for service delivery.
Agree with all that. We are also taking into account the external environment. We are comparing ourselves with surrounding counties that are similar to us in nature, and we'll bring in all that information back to you guys in a detailed report.
Thank you. I did have other things too, but I can.
All right, keep it going. Let the good times keep
Want to
rolling.
utilize the time. Okay, so next question is on slide 20, the 2023 general fund projected expenditure surplus. The words expenditure and surplus together confuse me. Is it a surplus or is it, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, this is the amount that the expenditures came in below budget.
Okay, so we spent less in trial in all those categories. Okay.
Yeah, so if it's a positive number, they came in below budget, the negative numbers came in slightly above.
And what were you saying about, we're meeting some of these folks halfway on their fund balance?
Yeah.
What does that mean? And particularly, I guess well, yeah, what do you mean by that?
I think you're referring to when I was talking about the courts and the sheriff's
Yeah.
office? Okay.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say particularly, I mean, the court and the sheriff's office, but I stopped myself short so you could answer the question more
Yep,
broadly.
those are the ones I highlighted. So when we were talking about that bucket of vacancies on the previous slide we were just looking at, so they had $3 million just for those three departments, but because of the lump sum agreements, their dollars can go toward operational shortfalls also. So I have the details. So the sheriff's office had a projected $284,000 surplus. They had $2.5 million in vacant positions, but they also had $2.1 million in over expenditures, which is primarily driven by the medical and food contracts for the jail and was partially offset by their revenue surplus also.
Okay, so similar picture for the courts, I assume?
Yes, yep.
Okay, thank you. And so the question I'm driving at here is so that 284,000 in the sheriff's office and the district and trial court,
Mhm.
is that staying in their fund balance then?
They're general fund department, so it still goes to the whole general fund balance. So basically, they have control of it during the fiscal year, and then it falls to the general fund balance and becomes part of everything else. We don't keep it as a separate section. The only time we've done something different than that was like when we needed to replace the trial court and the district court technology, and they had had a large surplus the year before, so it became an easy way to get the enhanced technology, but traditionally just falls to the general fund balance.
So when the sheriff puts money in his fund balance, this is above and beyond that?
Yeah, this is not, when we were talking about the surpluses that were in the millage funds, this is not that at all. This 284,000 stays with the county general fund. It doesn't leave it.
And same with the courts.
Yes.
So that money is now going back in our fund balance.
Yes. And any use of it would have to come to you all for a budget adjustment, especially if it's over $100,000.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Nice. Or is it? I know something might trigger other thoughts later. Commissioner Scott, go ahead. Commissioner Scott is fine. Commissioner Machieski, go ahead.
Hold on, your mic's not on.
It's on now.
It's on now.
This whole time I just turned it off. You mentioned the 29% recommended fund balance. So what, in terms of a number, what dollar number, what will that be?
You know, I calculated it and I didn't leave it here. So give me a second and I can get it to you. Yeah.
Ballpark is fine.
I was like, my math is not mathing well. Can I break? Thank you. Sorry, it's late. My mental math skills are short.
Can I make a comment?
I guess. Yeah, what you got? I mean, is you cool?
Okay, the one last thing I wanted to say I forgot about is, I just, as we look at all these budgetary changes, as we look at our fund balance, I reflect on a few factors, and this is sort of big picture stuff that I just want to say. I don't think we're in the same boat, but Ann Arbor Public Schools is going through an interesting financial scenario. And I want us to be aware of that. As I mentioned at a previous meeting, the county did lose population over the last few years. That is an interesting data point. And I do want to also highlight that, and maybe this is more appropriate to ask as a future question, because Jason is trying to ask a question too. But on federal money in particular, I'm acutely aware that a lot of our federal dollars are going to begin expiring next year and the year after. And so just wanting to make sure that we're understand what our plan is to prepare for that. That's a bigger question probably. So I'll stop talking. It looks like you've calculated, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So my apologies. I did calculate it and I didn't trust it when I read it on my talking point. So it's $8.6 million. It just was so close to the CMH number. I was like, maybe that's what that talking point is. So there's $8.6 million that exceeds the fund balance target right now.
Yeah.
So the 52.896 number is 8.6 over the recommended level.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Anybody else? Nice. Oh. Who'd you just point at?
I was.
You raised your hand. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, now that Commissioner Machieski's done, could we loop back to the broader question that I was trying to get at about the federal money? Are we
Get that federal money.
are we thinking about that? Like how much? Yeah. How much is that part of the picture of what we're talking about here?
I mean, we're thinking about it, knowing operationally, like there's a cliff, like you mentioned, there, outside of, I think only the, prescription for health program, we identified structural resources for that to go on after ARPA. But I think the other one continues to be a conversation of what we can do and where we have things, but we don't have significant funding increases that come anywhere close to what we had coming in from ARPA. So.
But in terms of what we're looking at, in terms of our fund balance, the numbers that we're looking at, this is all general fund only. We're not talking about federal dollars.
Correct.
Are we, it may be helpful just for me, I don't know if it's helpful for others, but to just understand what do we have committed as an organization using federal money into the future? Like how many positions, are those positions, you know, because they're grant status, known temporary positions, basically, that people know that their appointments are term limited? And so I want to understand, like, what is the scope of what that cliff is going to mean for our organization? I think I asked about this about a year ago too, but I want like a report on that to understand, like, what is it? What are we facing truly from a position and program perspective? Because that number, $8 million, could evaporate pretty quickly if we want to sustain some of the programs that we're currently providing. And as a separate but related thought, I think that we all have to prepare ourselves for the inevitable. I am envisioning the future, Nostradamus style. We're going to have a board meeting or several board meetings where many people from the nonprofit sector are going to be here asking for money from us because they're facing massive shortfalls as well. Some of it's county money, some of it's money they've gotten from other sources, federal dollars. They're going to have to lay people off. That federal money is going away. They're going to come begging for money from this board. And so I just want us all to just be thoughtful about that too.
Administrator wants to get in there again. here.
Yeah, I just so to your question, we are working internally on bringing back an update on where we're at with ARPA. As we all know, we have to have that money programmed, but there's also, you know, the deadline for us to have those dollars spent. We've also been talking about what we have referred to internally as the funding cliff that we know is coming, and being careful and mindful not to fund or invest in programs and services with non-structural dollars. So while we're ahead of above the threshold that you all have set for us as an organization, we want to make sure that when we make recommendations to you all about programming into the future, that we have structural resources to support it. And maybe the kind of the mid-term tier is having resources over the entirety of the 4-year cycle. All of that is due back to you all. We owe you an update on ARPA. I suspect that based on the pace that we're pulling that information together, that you will have it sometime by the end of the second quarter. That's the targeted date. But again, as we've heard from you all, wanting to make sure that we're finding opportunities to stay in front of the funding cliff. There's one other data point that I want to lift up for you all, and that is the moment by which, and Tina and I talk about this on a regular basis, our cost for the labor in this organization aligns with our property tax amount. That to me represents a watershed moment for the organization where we're thinking differently about the resources that we have. We haven't had an economic downfall. We have been projecting an economic downfall for a couple of years now, and it just hasn't manifested. We need to make sure that we are prepared for that day, because eventually we will have that economic downturn and we want to be out in front of it. I assure you guys that from a financial perspective, that and I hate to compare ourselves with any of our local partners, but we are making certain that we are preparing our organization for what is to come, and that we're going to stay ahead of any kind of dramatic cuts that we're seeing with some of our local partners.
That's great, really helpful. I want us to be able to adjust your camera too, because you're not totally in the frame, and your text is getting in the way. You will make sure you're better in frame. Commissioner Scott agrees.
I'm sure people don't want to see me.
They do, Greg. Okay. Anybody else, or can we move on to the? Nope, we can't. Go ahead, Commissioner Scott. Oh, why make what? I thought you were making like an exasperated face.
No, absolutely. It's a tired face, which is to my point that I'm going to make. It is not exactly about this item, but it's sort of procedural. Sometimes I think we get to these big budget updates that we all want to talk about, that I feel like maybe even this filled room would like to hear about at some point. And so in the interest of good government, I'm wondering sometimes if we have these big budget updates, if we could do kind of, I know we have a prescribed agenda order, but if there's a way we could think about moving some of this conversation up, because I'm not sure how, how, how many cylinders y'all feel like you're firing on at 11:20 at night. And I'm not sure how good of government it is
I,
to be discussing these things in the middle of the night. I mean, we have this whole Bright Act sponsored by our erstwhile colleague, Jason Morgan, to, keep things transparent and in the open. And I would love to see us if we did this to move things up.
yeah, I would agree with that. If not for the public hearing, it was a challenge here between the balance of having the public here, wanted to not make them wait till 11 o'clock. But yes, I agree. Greg is very eager. I see you, bud.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm glad that Commissioner Scott illuminated that piece. Over the past couple of weeks, Deputy Administrator DeLu and I have been talking about how we create a more transparent environment. And part of that was recommending that we move some of these kind of conversations to the front end of the agenda. At this hour, I'm not certain how many people are following us. You talk about in this room, but online, it's very difficult to follow our meetings. And I think I've talked about that a little bit. So we want to be better at that. So I'm glad that you brought that point up, and perhaps in the future we can consider that.
We'll do it. We will. It'll be done.
I also like that a lot. It's easier to present earlier too.
Yes. Fantastic. Okay, are we done with this part, friends? Yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to, thank you. You got anything else for your report, or you feeling good there?
That concludes my report.
That concludes your report. Fantastic. We're gonna move on to my report. I'm not gonna be long because I want staff to be able to get out of here. So we're gonna get ready to go into closed session. And for our viewers in the audience and at home, it's gonna say it's like we're on a commercial break. We have nothing else on the agenda after that. So this would be, you're not gonna be able to see us in closed session. So, but I want the staff to be able to go home. So we're gonna move to items of current and future discussion. Would somebody like to move? We go into closed session to receive an update on negotiations. Is that appropriate? Yep. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Bryce?
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
You'll be back.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
All right, we're going to closed session. You all have a good night. If you're joining us at home, I mean, there's nothing to see after this, but you can stay if you want. You're welcome to. Yeah, you can make that go away. This, well, you said you have another thing. Okay. He has another thing. Yeah. All right, calling us back to order. All right, we're back. Yusuf or Commissioner Robbie has another item for current and future discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll keep this brief. I had more prepared, but I'm gonna spare us. As I have asked for in the last 3 meetings, I do have questions about our ICE detainer policy. I still have not gotten those questions answered. I would like somebody from the sheriff's office to come to our meeting.
Yeah.
And interact to answer those questions. It's not gonna happen now, but that's all I got.
Okay, you're welcome. Anybody else have any other items for current and future discussions? Commissioner Robbie?
Nope, I was just gonna move to adjourn. but-
Oh, somebody want to move to adjourn? All right, all in favor? Aye. We are out of here.
Whew.